to the max, to the max, to the max. Ugh. Hey, all you gamers, gamettes, and gamexes. Ciao, hi everybody. Oh, where's my tracking? There we go. Ciao, hi everybody. Welcome back to another Space-tastic stream. My name is Antonius Drosera, Captain of Prisma and Space Mafia VTuber. Today is March 27th, 2026. And we're back. Another Ace Attorney Day. I was actually really looking forward to this one because I had so much fun in the last time we played. I'm really enjoying the setup so far of this game. Very intriguing. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm excited to dive into it tonight. But I figured, as always, we yap. I gotta say, crazy stuff going on in the VTubing world the past 24 hours. I actually was streaming when this news broke. But I wanted to talk a little bit. I wanted to talk a little bit about like this whole situation with Tech Taiga, and I hope you will indulge me. So all right. Right off the bat, I want to give you a disclaimer. We are discussing sexual assault, child sexual assault. I'm not gonna go into like super egregious details because I don't think that it's necessary, and I also don't want to make people uncomfortable. I also just want, out of respect for the victim. But I figured I would just touch up on it because this is somebody that was like in my circle, and not directly, but someone that I saw a lot from, and I understand this kind of like hit a lot of people like a whirlwind because a lot of people didn't know about this, including myself. And it's very weird. What's up, Susu? It's very weird that this just like out of nowhere came to be. So basically, Tech Taiga posted like I don't know who initially like started this whole thing, but it came out that he was like a registered sex offender, right? Which is not good. But I think, sorry, I'm very flustered about this whole thing, honestly. Um, Basically, he stated his response to somebody posting like his record, his you know the what is it, the actual like registry was legally am I am a registered offender. An actual pedophile, no. But angry people don't want to hear my story, and that's okay. I get it. Genuinely, I do get it. Then he went into this whole like rant on like a Twitter space about like all this shit that apparently people were getting wrong, right? Um, here is his here's his conviction, April 28th, 2021. Sexual misconduct with a minor. I think something to understand with this is that you don't just like there it is very difficult in especially American courts. I don't know about other countries' courts, but American courts are pretty like wishy-washy when it comes to convictions for sexual assault, right? Because they want to see a lot of evidence, and a lot of times it's kind of difficult to procure evidence that a thing like that took place. So I think to understand here, I think one thing to understand here is that if you are in a if you have been convicted, there is an extremely insurmountable amount of evidence against you that points to you being a predator. And I think that that's just like I need that to be understood, right? um I think this is something that kind of flusters me because you know, two times in my childhood, I've talked about this before, right? Um, Two times in my life, I have been uh like the I don't want to say the victim of grooming because I don't nothing ever went that far. Well, one of them did somewhat. Um, there was I was definitely on the precipice of being groomed a second time. Um, the first time was, you know, a guy sending me very solicit images and, you know, basically like, you know, doing the things that like groomers do, right? Where like they get you to like confide in them, right? And so this is definitely something that hits home for me, and something that I take very seriously. Um, I this is definitely not the first time that a VTuber has been accused. Far from it, right? But this is not even just an accusation. This is the court of law. This isn't like the court of public opinion. This is literally someone who has been convicted for having sex with a minor, right? Which is, I mean, you know, I don't want to sugarcoat it. That is rape. And like, you know, I'm not. I want that to just be understood. I don't want to go like into super egregious detail because I understand some people are very rightfully sensitive about discussion around that, and I want to be respectful of that. Uh, it's obviously something that's got me choked up myself. I'm fine, right? But um, it does make me just repulse. It makes me repulse to think that someone like this was like in my orbit. Um, that someone would do something like this, and like, again, far be it from like the only time something like this has happened, but um it makes me sick. It makes me sick. I feel just disgusted that like someone like this was just like, for the past 5 years almost, what's up, Rui, was just like on the internet. Let me be clear. If you are a sex offender, you should not be on the internet. I don't care what the court says. There is no reason why. The whole reason this man wanted to bury the lead so bad of being a predator. That's why he didn't tell anybody. And that's unfortunately tough shit for you, right? Like you did something unforgivable, and now you have to live with the consequences. There is a reason why people are put on a sex offender registry. There's a reason why you will be informed if there is a sex offender living in your vicinity, right? Unfortunately, there isn't as much that is done internet wise for a lot of cases. There are definitely some cases where people are not allowed on the internet, but this man has been just like allowed to roam free. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck is going on with Indiana, but it's insane. What's up, Footman? Um, and so he crashed out in his Twitter space, which was embarrassing. Um, and then basically was like saying he wanted to like step on. Why is there a section for release date? Like he deserves one. Yeah, I mean, listen, I have always been someone who is um I don't think I think he didn't get locked up. That's why there's nothing there. Um so this is a statement. I don't know why the fuck he made a statement, and then like he preemptively said he was going to delete his account at 5 p.m. Eastern, and then posted this after he made that. Um, so like most people didn't even get to read it. Absolutely stupid. Um, you know, I don't know if he's just trying to hide his ass. I just think this is ridiculous, right? So he says, all right, here we go. First and foremost, I want to apologize for my behavior in the Twitter space when my place on the registry was shared publicly. My response was highly emotional, and I was not in the right space of mind to be able to deal with things factually and calmly. So here's the thing, right? You are a registered sex offender, okay? You are a registered sex offender, right? I feel you can get upset all you want, right? But this is public information. I am all for protecting VTubers' privacy, right? I'm a big proponent of that, for sure. However, there is a line. There is a line. And if you commit a sex crime, I do not believe that you should be allowed to have that anonymity. I don't. I don't think that you should be allowed on the internet, period. But at the very least, you should not be allowed to have anonymity. That does not excuse you. No one is forgiving you no matter how much you cry. Yeah. Listen, I am a big proponent of rehabilitation. However, I'm also a believer on, once you have broken a boundary of the law, there needs to be some action taking place to make sure that that doesn't happen again. I don't care how much you've changed as a person from now, which, by the way, I don't really believe, but let's say that you have changed as a person, right? it it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that you have changed as a person, because you have already done something absolutely horrendous that you did not need to do. There was no requirement that you had to do this, as much as this person wants to claim that there is. There's no, you were not forced into a situation where you had to do this, right? um and the fact that you were upset that people are rightfully putting out that you have literally assaulted a 17-year-old is, it's fair. I don't know what to tell you. You don't get to be anonymous when you are, a sex pest. Sorry. I don't know what to tell you. The situation has been an ongoing traumatic part of my life for a number of years, and was something I had hoped I was able to move past. I would like to clarify this situation is from my perspective, but I can understand that not everyone can find the space to listen. I'd like to say that after the experience, which led to my addition to the registry, I have limited all contact through social media and in real life to individuals who are over the age of 18, which can be seen in the descriptions of all platforms I have. This was done predominantly for my own safety, as I have never been a danger to others, particularly minors. Brother, you had sex with a minor. You had sex with a minor. How are you going to sit here and say, that you've never been a danger to minors? Let's be honest. Let's be honest. That's ridiculous. What are we doing? Rumors have circulated about an inappropriate relationship between myself and a minor when I was 17 and they were 13. This is incorrect. I met this person the first time when we were this age because they had drawn fan art for me. And through that, we became friends. This individual was queer without a support system and in an abusive home. I would often be told stories of graphic drug use, abuse by their parents, and self-harm suicide ideation, which I had called the local authorities on them more than once in concern for them. As someone who has known what it is like to be a queer youth without a support system, I want to be there for them, as it seemed they had no one else. I'm going to tell you the tough truth, as a queer person. I understand being, growing up queer and the situation that you face, but that does not entitle you to, you're not like a savior, okay? You, like, I hate to say it, but there are some things that you just cannot get involved with, right? I feel like that he's just painting this all out to be like a, like he was just trying to do this out of the goodness of his heart, and it's like, come on, dude. Like, there are plenty of other ways to deal with a situation. If you call the authorities, unfortunately, like, there's really not much that you can do. Sometimes you just cannot interfere in situations like this. And I'm really giving this the benefit of the doubt because I don't really believe that this is the full story, right? Um, so, you know, um, uh, a few years of friendship passed with their situation only worsening. I learned later that they had lied outright about their gender identity, age, etc. to mutual friends I had introduced them to in an attempt to help them widen their social web. At some point in this friendship, they had started to view me as more than a friend, but had not come to me with these feelings. Things came to a head when they threatened their own life if I would not comply with the physical intimacy they demanded. from me. The entire situation was a shock to me as I thought our friendship was stable and we were on good terms. I had no idea about their feelings, and it was not something that had ever been brought up before. Trapped alone with them and physically cornered in a volatile and violent situation with what I felt was no choice. I agreed to what they wanted. I had never been in any kind of physical altercation, fight, or been around weapons, so the adrenaline became a barrier to being able to think clearly. In that moment, it felt like there was nothing else I could do. You could have walked away. I don't like you could have and you should have walked away. Um, this is a minor, all right? You're a minor. You're dealing with a minor, and the reality is you were an adult at this point, and so you should have known better. You should not have gotten this deeply involved with this person. You should have cut away from them. You should have spoken to an authority, and then you should cut them off. All right? They do not have this level of power over you. I'm sorry. This is a minor. You were a grown man. Um, this is someone who, from a bad home situation, who is a habitual liar who I thought I was supporting as a friend, but clearly thought of me differently and was willing to do anything to make sure they got what they wanted from me, which I did not realize until it was too late. It's been too late, brother. It's been too late. Like, this is ridiculous. This whole situation, by the way, he's pointing out as if it's like completely this other person's fault and that he's completely innocent. It's absolutely deplorable. No accountability whatsoever. When I got home from this violating interaction, I immediately cut off contact with this person, deleting them from my phone, Discord, everything, and blocking them. Why did you not do that before? You had so many opportunities to do that. I don't understand. You are not a victim in this situation. Like, I cannot stress this enough. You should have, the minute that they expressed interest in you, you should have said no. You are the adult, okay? Not okay. Uh, their response to this was to claim I had pushed the intimacy, but why would I cut contact if this is something I had wanted to do? God, you're so fucking stupid, dude. You are so fucking stupid. Like, how do you not, like, you were genuinely missing a brain. I don't understand. No, yeah, he's absolutely trying to act like a victim. It's ridiculous. This wasn't continues to be a terrible situation. Oh wait, hold on. To punish me for rejecting them, the situation was legally escalated by their parents, understandably. The case was nearly dropped due to Romeo and Juliet laws, but a matter of the months made the gap ineligible. Romeo and Juliet, isn't that like 17 and 19? Fourteen, 15, 4 years old. Okay. Well, that doesn't really make them look better. Not exactly not exactly like helping your case. Um, for a matter of the months made the gap ineligible. This was and continues to be a terrible situation. Yeah, for the victim. Can understand how they would have gotten so attached to me as the one stable piece of their life. The way things went was scary and inappropriate. Oh my God. I should have contacted proper mental health authorities and removed myself from the situation before things escalated, but I was not being vigilant enough, right? And that's your fault. As the older person, I should have been more on top of things, and I stopped anything before things went farther. But I allowed my inexperience and fear to rule my reactions. Uh, I accept the way the verdict went and have honored what the courts have asked of me, but urge people to consider that there are three sides to every story and to let my testimony create some context to the trauma I went through here as well. Yeah, that's great, except the fact that the victim is not able to share their story. You fucking bozo. I hope this individual has been able to receive the psychiatric help that they needed and that they have been far removed from the care and lives of their abusive family and that they never ever come near me ever again. But yeah, I hope that you never come anywhere near another minor again. I apologize for the story I spoke on the Twitter space. I was manic, scared, and needed to say something, which yeah, clearly because you have no control over yourself. Um I need to say something, but this is the traumatic truth that I've been carrying for a very long time. Thank you if you gave me the time. Thank you for the fun times and all the streams, and thank you for making it this far. I'll be stepping away from streaming, social media, content creation, and the internet for the foreseeable future. It better be forever. We don't want you back. Absolutely deplorable. Um, just disgusting. Terrible human being. Um, yeah, I don't know. It's disgusting. I really genuinely feel sick to my stomach that this person gets to just like post a last little hurrah and then duck out of here as if like you didn't do something absolutely repugnant. Um, yeah, that's really all I have to say. Um, fuck you, Tyga. You suck. Tech Tyga, you are a piece of shit. Um, go check yourself into a facility and do not come back on the internet. That's it. That's all I have to say. All right, cool. Let's get into fun stuff, shall we? Um, I found something interesting that I wanted to discuss. A video of uh a video of a guy who went around asking other guys basically what if they have if they have shit stains in their underwear, which I did not know this was like such a widespread thing, and I'm honestly kind of grossed out over it. I think it's on my Discord. I think do 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 do. Do 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 do. Girl, it's hot as hell in here. It was like 85 degrees again today. I'm melting.
In my underwear. My brother and I just got in a big fucking argument because I was talking about having shit stains in my underwear and that I need to get new ones. And he's like, what the fuck, bro? I never get shit stains in my underwear. And I'm like, you're a liar. Any grown-ass man who lifts weights has shit stains in their underwear. And he's like, dude, I'm a 335-pound powerlifter. I consistently squat and deadlift over 700 pounds, and I never get that shit. So I'm about to walk in this gym, ask every single man in here, and I guarantee 90% of them say,
Like, I don't know. Is this rage bait? I don't understand. Is this like a thing? Are there like a lot of guys that just like have shit in their underwear? Like they just shit themselves? Like that, I mean, not on like some bowel incontinence stuff. Like obviously, you know, shout out to my my divas with bowel issues, right? But like it can't be, this can't be a widespread thing, right? This cannot be. I have, like, I am actually shocked. There's not a single pair of underwear that I have that has a shit stain on it. And you can check. I'm confident that there is not a single pair of underwear of mine that has a doo-doo stain on it. That is insane to me, brother. That is insane that we are just like, first of all, like walking around with that, but also just like admitting to it. Because honestly, if it had been me, I think I would be embarrassed to even say it. You know, like that's insane. I'm
yes. Let me know what you think. Chris, you ever get shit stains in your underwear?
Of course.
And how old are you?
27 years old.
he's my age. He's my age and he's shitting himself and just like leaving the doo-doo stains.
Do you ever get shit stains in your underwear?
All the time.
And how old are you?
21.
Brandon, you ever get shit stains in your underwear?
Of course.
And how old are you?
19.
Question of the day. You ever get shit stains in your underwear?
100% all the time.
And how old are you?
21.
Sam, you ever get shit stains in your underwear?
All the time.
And how old are you?
19.
Chad, question of the day.
What's that?
Do you get shit stains in your underwear?
I used to.
Okay. And how old are you?
I'm 46.
Aaron.
Used to, huh? So is this a thing that grown men grow out of? I hope.
Does your underwear have shit stains?
All of them.
All of them. And how old are you?
They should know.
Yeah. Question of the day.
What's up, bro?
Does your underwear have shit stains in them?
No.
None of them? And how old are you?
20.
I just don't get it. I don't get it, man. I'm shocked. Is this normal? Is this normal? Like a genuine question. Like I need to know. Are there like, is this like a common occurrence with like men? I don't know. I don't think it's gay men. I don't think gay men would do this. Maybe. I don't want to single the gays out, but it definitely does feel like some hetero behavior. I'm gonna be honest with you. You can check, dude. You can check my underwear, dude. I don't have a single doo-doo stain. And I think if I did, I'd throw it out. Right? Like, because that's just gross. You know? I understand times are tough, but like, you know, maybe they just eat a lot of shit that it's just like they've lost control of their bowel movements. At a certain point, you just got to get a diaper. Like, that's kind of insane. I don't know, man. That's pretty wild. Maybe it's just me. I'm hot as hell. I'm gonna, let's see. What's up, Catchy? Okay. Whoa. I'm chilling. Let's see. Let's get into it. Let's do this, baby. I'm excited. I've been looking forward to this one. I was kind of out of it in the first game, but this one I feel like is keeping me invested. Which honestly, I remember people saying like the second one is much better than the first one. Dog. All right, we are at the captive turnabout. So let's see what's going on here, shall we? So this case takes place in a prison, which is interesting. So here we have, this is the prison itself, and then the detention center here. The victim in this case is Bronco Knight. He was killed in the... He was killed at the beginning. He was also the killer in the first case, which seems like there's some linking going on here. Maybe there's like a... He's part of a bigger operation. We don't really know yet. We got Eddie Fender. He's a former assistant to my father. Seems to have some resentment against Edgeworth. Got Kay Faraday, Dick Gumshoe. You know him, you love him. Rocco Carcerato. He's one of the inmates. Verity Gavel is a district court judge and a member of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, who also acts as its mouthpiece. Eustace Winter, a rookie prosecutor who's taken over my cases on the committee's orders. He's 17. Simeon Saint, the suspect in the case, a timid young man who seems an unlikely murderer. This is the chess set that we found. There is... Doesn't look like there's anything out of place here. Looks like all the pieces. I don't know chess super well, but it looks right. There's probably more to it though, right? It's always the case. Mr. Knight's body killed instantly by a stab wound to the throat. The body is covered in dirt. There is also a small cut on his scalp from when he suffered a blow to the head. Only one glove was found at the crime scene. Prison issued equipment for working inmates, stained with blood and mud. Rope discovered on top of Knight's body. Does this mean the victim was tied up? Colorful tarp found by the victim's body. Some of these were being stored in workshop A. Door sensors. They open the doors if an animal is detected, but raise the alarm if an inmate's bracelet is detected. Prisoners are not allowed to move about freely. That, to me, seems very, irrelevant. It's relevant to this. I mean, I feel like this is like gonna be one of the things that comes up a lot, right? So yeah, I think from what I remember, we got like kicked out by the district court because they didn't like our investigating. I think that there's something is fishy going on there. I don't really know the full story, but it seems like there might be some fuckery afoot. I mean, there always is, right? There always is something. But in this case, I don't know. I think that they're trying to build up this story, and I'm definitely sad for it. I'm definitely sad. But I don't know where it's gonna go. Sorry, I'm like a little preoccupied. But we should be good in a sec. Okay. All right, let me just write something down. I'm such a mess. Okay. Oakley dokley. God, it's so hot in here. Sheesh. Okay. I believe we need to speak to the person who found the body. Oh yeah. This is our, yeah, this is our suspect. We're representing him, I guess. Just what I was thinking, eager associate. We do indeed. Still the type to smile and nod, I see. That will certainly make my life easier, boss. Now that's decided, let's get going. What about me? I'm a detective. I can't just hop on board as an attorney's assistant like you guys. He has a point. I can't leave him adrift all on his own, how can I? Detective Gumshoe, I have a special assignment for you. You are to continue investigating the case under Mr. Winner. And if you happen to discover anything that seems useful, you are to notify me immediately. You're in a uniquely powerful position, Detective. I'm going to need all the info you can pass our way. You can count on me, sir. I'm a real pro when it comes to letting things slip to the fence. Yeah, that is true. Trust me, I know. But just this once, those loose lips of yours might be what saves our ship. Throw wide the prison gates, good sirs, because here we come. Alright. March 28th, 11:50 a.m., prison corridor. So, any idea how we track down whoever found the Bronxter's body, Miles? I think our best bet would be to simply ask around. Oh, don't you dare! Oh. Don't you dare? Who is this? Excuse me, but oh my, look, just look at you. You talking to me? Just fabulously chic, darling. Fabulously. Facial hair is so very au courant, don't you think? Enchant, mademoiselle, and much obliged, defense attorney Eddie Fender at your service. Let's keep things off on the right foot, shall we? A little embrasser, perhaps? Embrasser? I don't know. Ooh, I like the sound of that. I like the little... Oh my god. I like the little, like, fairy or whatever that is on her neck. It's just like... Right on the kisser. Well, how else does one greet a new friend, A little smooch is entirely regular, don't you think? Wow, talk about stealing a kiss. Indeed, an act so shameless it puts even great thieves to shame. Physical contact is so very important as a form of expression for our little family. Everyone in this lovely home will tell you as much. Hey, if everyone else is hip to that, I can be hip to that too. Sure. Fifi Lagarde, by the way. Warden of this charming abode. Fifi Lagarde. Fifi Lagarde? You may call me Fifi, of course, but the red box above my text box is gonna say Lagarde. So she's the warden of the entire detention center and the prison facility, is she? A pleasure to meet you, Miss Lagarde. Miles Edgeworth. I'm an associate with Mr. Fender's practice. I hope you don't mind me asking, but were you here in the prison yesterday? Oh, don't be silly, darling. Of course I was. Yesterday was a very important day, after all. Important in what way, exactly? A big meeting of some kind, perhaps? A meeting? Oh, heavens, no. I couldn't think of anything worse. No, yesterday the circus came to visit. It was a simply spectacular event featuring some terrifically talented animals. Anyone who was anyone had to be there. If you were at home, you were watching the show with me. The performers set up a special stage in the yard just for us. We are one very lucky family, n'est-ce pas? So she was at this circus performance for the inmates yesterday morning. Mr. Carcerato mentioned a show yesterday as well. We must have been talking about the same thing. What time did this show take place? Around 8 until 10, maybe? Yeah, something like that. And he had finished right around when the body was discovered. By dint of having attended the show... she has a reasonably solid alibi. Oh, would you look at the time? Sorry, darlings, but I really must dash. Feel free to explore our home, mi casa, su casa, and all that. Ciao for now. Alright, definitely an interesting cast this time around. Well, what now, Mr. Edgeworth? The person who found the body screamed, and that scream was heard by one inmate that we know of. Therefore, our first task is to question this inmate and see where his information will take us next. Can't talk to the parrot. They even have ponies. This one's only big enough to carry a small child.
Isn't this great, Mr. Edgeworth? It's like being at the zoo.
Except it's the humans, not the animals, who live in captivity here.
No one would mind if I took one home with me, would they?
If by home you mean behind bars, then no, I suppose not.
Oh, it's a blurb about the guy in the cell. Let's see what it says.
Prisoner, it really is a zoo, dude. Prisoner number D259, classification habitat, C cell to the right. Not exactly helpful, is it?
This grizzly fellow has a pet polar bear called Teddy. He's a former boxer who loves to stay trim and is always at optimum fighting weight. He may push his body to the max, but he's relentlessly kind to himself. Omnivore.
Who exactly is all this information for, anyway?
The animals.
There's no one in here.
They took him to solitary, remember? Wonder when he'll be back.
What? Why are you shadowboxing? Maybe a while. I get the feeling he was in pretty serious trouble.
Poor guy. Did you see the tears in his eyes? He really didn't want to go.
Yes, the way they had to literally drag him away was certainly unusual for a simple time out. I shudder to think what kind of punishment he's facing right now. He's listening to KSI's Thick of It 3,000 times. Right on the kisser. She seems to have given you quite a shock.
And why is that, I thought you were a man of the world.
Yeah, well, I'm all for saying hi with a hug, but going straight for the kiss? Cool your boots, am I right? Woo me a little before puckering up, that's all I ask.
Wow, I never would have pegged you as the shy type.
That's not the issue here, I think, Kay. I think we witnessed another crime. Listen, Miles, I've been meaning to ask. Does that frown of yours turn upside down? Assistant with a permanent scowl on his face is bad for business, you know. Smile more, baby girl. I don't see any reason why an associate attorney needs to smile. And that's how I know you've never worked in a private practice. It's all about building trust, man. You've got to create a rapport with your clients. A smile here, a wink there, a hug to break the ice, and a card to show you're legit. Otherwise, they'll never open up. Yes, well, to each their own, Fender. I'll give it to you straight. Running the biz was tough going at first. I mean, Gregory Edgeworth, man, those are some pretty big shoes to fill. You had some big, stinky feet. I see. And what kind of cases does the firm take on? Might be better asking what we don't. We do murders, parking fines, the whole 9 yards. Now, those are two things. They're very different. Our basic principle is this. Everyone deserves a defense.
So you've never refused a request?
Well, let's just say I have certain preferences in the clients I work with.
Didn't you just say everyone deserves a defense?
I'm just messing with you, little sis. Of course we treat all clients the same. I mean, Gregory's name is still above the door. I've got to live up to his ideals, you know? And that means always doing my best for everyone. Edgeworth & Co., the firm my father built, huh?
Something written here. Seems to be about the prisoner in the cell. Prisoner number D258. Classification, Captivus pericolossus. May look fearsome, but this lively fellow is actually a sweet-natured herbivore. He even has a pet penguin named Gwynny. He's skilled at giving such real, gripping testimony, you'll swear you were at the crime scene too. The end.
It's the kind of thing you might expect to read in a zoo, not a prison. About the person who found the body, do you happen to know where he is right now? Should be in one of the workshops, I guess. He usually is at this hour. And it seems the workshops are an export of call.
It's a mini pig, I believe. They're not for eating, I hope. Isn't this great, Mr. Edgeworth? It's like being at the zoo. Except, yeah, okay, alright. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, it's a monkey mountain. Not something I ever expected to see in a prison, I must say. Doesn't it look like fun? Not in the least. And while we are on the subject, you are not under any circumstances to climb on that structure. Do I make myself clear? I have to show the monkey who's boss. Please, Kay, you really don't. This bench has seen better days. It's covered in rust. Yeah, only cats would dare take a nap on there. And maybe Gummy. I fear you may be right. This is the workshop, right? You can see the crime scene through the window in this door. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just shove your whole face in the front of a window like that. You have to do it more sneaky-like. Steal a few good looks while keeping a lookout for your enemies. I am not a criminal, Kay, so why should I have to behave like one? Yeesh. I was just trying to teach you my special sneak peek technique. Well, I have no need for any such technique, thank you very much. Hello? Anybody in there? Nice try, kiddo, but this isn't a bathroom stall. Yo, you there. Could you help us out here, my good man? Yes, sir. What can I do for you? Is somebody using this workshop right now? Yes, sir. One of the prisoners is in there. Just converted myself during the noontime roll call. We'd like to speak to this prisoner, if that's all right. Sure, I'll go fetch him right now. Won't take a sec. So if this happened yesterday and it was like during the circus, does that mean that like anybody who like performed could also be a suspect? This one's all yours, Milesy boy. What? Why? Let's just say I'd rather not roll the dice on someone I don't know, yeah? Huh. And I thought adults were all supposed to be strong and brave. Well, you're not looking so brave yourself right now, so let's call it even. Here they come. Oh. This is the guy from, the like very first case, isn't it? Hello, yes, hello. I hear you wish to speak with me. Not exactly the hardened criminal we were expecting, is he? My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a public prosecutor. A prosecutor, you say? Eddie Fender, attorney at law. What happened to being too scared to handle this? Listen, sorry about my pal here. He gets the weirdest ideas. Prosecutor indeed. That'll be the day. He's actually just an associate. Jeez, Miles, get a grip, will ya? He's right. Just don't forget that I'm a defense attorney's assistant for the time being. Ah, that explains it. I did think you looked a little different from the prosecutor I spoke with yesterday. I don't know what voice I want to give this guy. So he's already spoken to Winner. Do you mind answering a few questions? No, of course not. I'd be delighted. The name's Sawit. Frank Sawit. The witness is all yours, my young associate. Sure, have the intern do everything, why not? Mr. Sawit, you are no doubt aware that a murder took place yesterday. Would you mind telling us where you were at the time the body was found? Yes. I was in that workshop there, working as one might expect. What kind of work were you doing? Well, I'm actually retraining at the moment. I'm hoping to become a stylist, you see. A pet stylist, that is. So I've been studying hard and practicing every moment I can. An unusual field of study befitting an unusual prison, I suppose. And that's it. I certainly didn't see anything. Interesting. I barely asked him anything at all, and he's already sweating bullets. So, yes, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you. Sorry. No, I'm the one who's sorry, Mr. Sawat, for this interview has only just begun. Well, I mean, even if you were to ask me, You know something, don't you? That's... He's definitely hiding something. I need to push him a little harder if I'm to get any answers. Chess time? The first step is to analyze the situation. Let's take a look at our opponent. 3 pieces. I didn't see anything. I really can't help you, I'm afraid. Something tells me he'd be a good poker player. It's hard to tell much at all from his face. I don't think he'll be giving me much in the way of physical cues, either. I have to rely solely on his words instead. That's the only way I'll know what's going on underneath. Alright, time to make my first move. Let's see who we're dealing with here. He may be good at hiding his emotions, but everyone has a tell. Okay, so we're going off words. What's your connection to this incident? Tell me, what's your connection to this incident? Which incident? The murder? Oh, well, it has nothing at all to do with me. Nothing. Really? I wouldn't dream of getting involved in anything as ghastly as that. Well, you see, how can I put this? I like to think of myself as an upstanding citizen. A good person, if you will. A good person who's in prison? Forgive me, Mr. Solid, but under normal circumstances, good people do not tend to end up in prison. Well, depends. That's... So you do well to tell me what you know about the incident. How many times do I have to tell you people? I mean, I don't know anything, I swear. You seem angry. Surely you've noticed, Mr. Solid, that I have you exactly where I want you. Really? Seems to me you're just wasting my time. What's your connection? Good person who's in prison. Bide my time. Sorry, I don't know what more to say, but I can't help you. My apologies, Mr. Solid. But considering that the incident occurred right here in the prison, I find it very hard to believe that you know nothing at all. Oh, well, yes, I suppose I can see how it might seem unlikely, but it's true. If you're looking for the person who found the body, you'll have to look elsewhere. The person who found the body, you say? Why do you think I'm looking for the person who found the body? I certainly never mentioned any such thing to you. Is it because you do know something that you're not telling me after all? No, I just sensed that's who you might be looking for, that's all. I'm simply a pet stylist in training. I don't know anything, truly. There's no doubt about it now. This man is hiding something big. In which case, let's find out what he did yesterday, the day of the incident. My opponent is very good at hiding his true feelings, but not for long. It's time to smash that mask of his and see what lurks behind that phony smile. Tell me about the day of the incident. If you really don't have anything to do with the murder, then you'll have nothing to hide, right? Well, the day of the incident. Oh gosh, I mean, so much happened. How were things in the prison? What was it like here in the prison yesterday morning? I really don't remember. I don't have the best memory, I'm afraid. I don't have a clue. What's up, Cosmic Bun? I don't have a clue as to how to push the conversation forward. I'll have to try another tack. Okay. What were you doing? I want to know what you were doing, Mr. Solid, in detail. I told you, I'm a pet stylist in training. And that's what I was doing yesterday. Training. Specifically, I was giving the animals a trim. You didn't notice any commotion at the time of the incident? But imagine things were suddenly quite tumultuous around here. Well, commotion, you say? Not really. Maybe I heard someone, but... I feel like I should bide my time. Because then we can know... I don't know, I feel like we should bide. Because I don't want to say... Damn it. Okay. Okay, maybe we should ask if they were crying and see if he's like, no, they were laughing. What were you doing? Or were they laughing? Yeah. Surely you've noticed, Mr. Salt, that I have you exactly where... damn it. I thought I could get him with, like... a little... I thought he would be like, no, they were screaming, and we'd be like, so you do know. But, I guess not. I'm not great at this. Were they screaming? You heard someone. Was this someone screaming by any chance? And don't try to tell me you don't remember. Continue to assert that you know nothing about the incident, Mr. Solid. I'm afraid I don't believe a word of it. Ah! No, I thought I heard someone yelling, but I don't really remember. The fact that he heard a scream at the time of the murder may well prove to be a useful clue. I would do well to bear it in mind. Okay. Then now we do how were things. What was it like here in the prison yesterday morning? I really don't remember. You said you heard a scream. You don't remember? Please. You literally just confirmed. You literally just confirmed that you heard a scream. Oh, but I might have been mistaken. The truth is, I really don't remember. Your memory fails you yet again? How convenient. But I know you're lying, Mr. Solid. How dare you talk to me like... I mean, I'm not lying. Temper. Ah, fuck. Damn, bro. Like he barely does any damage to me. Tell me about the day of the incident. What were you doing? Were they screaming? Tell me about the day of the incident. How are things in the prison? You said you heard a scream. Bide my time. Whoops. Look, if you must know, when I'm working with the animals and I get into the zone, they're all I see. Might understand you have something of a talent for animal grooming then? Well, my scissor technique could use a little work, but I'd say I'm quite good with the animals. They seem to like me. I'm especially good at calming them down when they get scared. Scared? And what exactly do they get scared? Surely it doesn't happen very often. Well, that's... No, thankfully it doesn't. A scream would certainly frighten them. A loud scream would certainly frighten the animals, wouldn't it? Why are you going to such lengths to deny having heard the scream? What is it you're hiding, Mr. Sawat? Tell me. I can assure you I'm not hiding anything. I'll admit I did really hear someone scream, but I'm not hiding anything, I promise. The mask is finally beginning to crack. Now to shatter it completely by asking about the scream itself in more detail. I'm afraid you're about to learn a painful lesson, Mr. Sawat, that hiding things from me never ends well for my opponent. When did you hear the scream? When did you hear this scream? Oh, wait, now I remember. Remember? I forgot about the show. They put on a show for us prisoners around the time of the incident, you see. Yes, performing animals, if I remember rightly. That's where I was in the morning. So, wait. But you just said you were grooming animals, didn't you? So now you wish to claim that you didn't hear a scream because you were at the show. You do realize that goes completely against everything you've told me so far. And what are you going to do about it, huh? That is, my memory is patchy, as they say. Bide my time. The animal show really had to be seen to be believed. It did it? Tell me, what kind of animals did you see? Let me think. A whale? You weren't actually at the show, or did you ride this whale? Enough of your lies. You were nowhere near the show, were you? Yeah. Well, I seem to remember being there, but maybe I was, maybe I wasn't. It's clear Mr. Sawat wasn't at the show. This feels like a vital clue. Who did you hear screaming? Who did you hear screaming? Wait, I just realized I made a mistake. When the incident happened, I was out in the yard, yes. So I didn't hear anyone screaming, no one at all. How to deploy my clue? You weren't at any show. How long are you planning to keep up these lies? I already know you weren't at the show. Gah! The game's up, Mr. Sawat. It's high time you told me the truth. I demand to know about this scream now. I can't tell you what I don't know. I didn't hear any scream, not from the person who found the body. Wait, it wasn't the victim who screamed? How curious. Most people would assume that the scream had come from the victim. So then why do you think it came from the person who found the body? I made a mistake, that's all. How, Mr. Sawat? How did you know that it was the person that found the body who screamed? Because you're the victim. You're the one who found the body. Shall I tell you? You knew because it was you who found the body. And the scream that was heard when the incident occurred didn't come from the victim. It came from you. How did you... It's true, I admit it, but what gives you the right to treat people like this? Checkmate. Blimp. I just checkmate. Now that we've established that you were the only one who found the body, Mr. Sawat, I believe you have lost any standing you might have had to withhold your cooperation. Alright, you win. But I'm sure I won't have anything useful to tell you. It probably isn't even worth your time. And that's not for you to decide. By my hand, the truth will be revealed. Every decision I make is to ensure that end. Except, that's not exactly what we're here to do, is it? What do you mean? We're not trying to expose the truth, we're trying to save Simeon. That's what we do now, remember? We work to get our client out of trouble. Not as a prosecutor, but as a defense attorney's assistant. What the K-Master said. You need to listen to the kid more, you know? A client has requested the services of Edgeworth & Co. And as your old man always said, your relationship with your client comes before everything else. So if you think Mr. Saint's well-being is taking a back seat to some quest for the truth, well, let's just say I don't like to fire people, so I need you to fight against your instincts a little harder, yeah? This will take some getting used to. Damn, bro does not want to be a defense attorney, dude. Even for one little case. In any case, the importance of this man's testimony remains unchanged. Therefore, Mr. Solid, I'm asking you once more, what happened when you found the body? Finding the corpse. I was in that workshop there by myself, practicing what I'd learned. I don't remember how, but I found myself in front of the door to the other workshop. I happened to peek in through the little window. Then I saw him lying there, a man not moving, dead. I quailed in fright and found myself screaming in sheer terror. Let me get this straight. The room you were in is next to the one where the corpse was found? Yes, that's right. I was in Workshop B. And you were there the whole day? Yes, from the 7 a.m. roll call onwards. There are 3 roll calls a day, you see. 7 a.m., noon, and 9 p.m. And they check who's in the workshops during roll call, correct? That's right. Nothing was reported to be amiss at 7 a.m., which means that Knight's body wasn't in the workshop yet at that point in time. Interesting. Okay, gotta remember that. 7 a.m., 12 p.m., and 9 p.m. Victim's body had not been found at the time of the 7 a.m. roll call. Guess that means the murder took place after 7 a.m. Which puts it right around the time the show was happening. Ah, yes, the show. I remember the other prisoners going to see it. And therefore, anybody who wasn't at the show has no alibi. Would that be a fair assessment, Mr. Sawat? I guess so, but I only found the body, I swear. It's a clear contradiction in Mr. Sawat's testimony. Rooting it out should be my first priority. Okay, I was in the workshop by myself practicing what I'd learned. I don't remember how, but I found myself in front of the door to the other workshop. Okay, what do you mean you don't remember? You found yourself there, really? That's right, and then I found myself peeking through the little window in the door. Why did you think to do that? Gosh, I don't know, I just found myself doing it, really. You clearly weren't concentrating on your work then. No, that's not true. I'm a model prisoner. It's just all the other prisoners had gone to watch the show. I guess I was, well, kind of lonely. Like being stuck at school after everyone else has gone home, huh? Yes, exactly like that. Anyway, I found myself in front of the door to the other workshop and... peeking through the little window, and then I saw him lying there, a man not moving, dead. I quilled in fright and found myself screaming in sheer terror. Okay, let's see. They open the doors if an animal is detected, but raise the alarm if an inmate's bracelet is detected. I feel like, wouldn't the bracelet go off if he went near the door? Enough of these pathetic lies, Mr. Sawat. I'm afraid you've rather lost sight of what you are. What I am? I know precisely what I am. I'm a former newspaper salesman who's training to be a pet stylist. But that's not all you are, is it? Or did you forget the bracelet you wear around your wrist?
A bracelet that marks you as a prisoner and therefore unable to move around as you please. As we both know, stepping outside that door would have sounded an alarm. Well, that's... There's no way you could have looked into the other workshop without leaving the room you were in. Hoo-wee. Stylishly done, Edgeroo. Don't call me that.
Doesn't that mean Mr. Sawit couldn't have found the body then?
Good question, Kay. Perhaps Mr. Sawit himself can explain. So actually, I may have forgotten to mention one very important detail. Sorry about that. I can explain exactly how I was able to see the body if you like. By all means, go ahead. This is sure say bow wow. Thigh lay. Lacious. There's a little trick we prisoners know about, you see. As long as you leave your bracelet inside the door, you can lean out without triggering the alarm. That's how I was able to peek through the window and into the workshop next door. Inside, I spotted the victim's dead body, which made me scream in fright. So he's saying... He was able to take a look next door because he had kept his arm inside Workshop B as he leaned out. Please don't tell anybody about our little trick, especially not the guards. Please. Is this it? Is this all he was doing? Better dig a little deeper into my testimony just in case. His testimony. Okay, I want to know a little bit more about that. I suppose this allows you to enjoy a little taste of freedom. It does, to be honest. It's one of the few things that brings me joy anymore. Rather surprising source of joy, but rule breaking isn't exactly a demonstration of remorsefulness, is it? Oh, but I am remorseful. I always am. A model prisoner, after all. I'm beginning to suspect that he doesn't know what a model prisoner actually is. So you used this trick to peek through the window. That's right, yes. I made sure the guard wasn't looking and leaned out into the corridor.
Hold it!
Why did you make so much of an effort just to take a look? Well, you see, I heard noises coming from next door, and that room was supposed to be empty, so I thought it was strange. And you went to look as soon as you heard these noises? Yes, of course. I had to see what was going on, so I went right away. I see. Are there any problems with what Mr. Sawit just said? Yes. I don't know, but probably. You claim that you looked into the next room as soon as you heard some noise. If that's the case, you must have seen more than just a dead body. Because the person who made the noises should have been in there too. That's,
Got him quaking in his boots, Mr. Edgeworth.
Mr. Sawit, tell us the truth about what you saw. You do, of course, have the right to remain silent, but it will do little to dispel the notion that you were somehow involved in this crime. Sorry. I did see something else, but it's too insane to believe. I really thought I might have dreamt it. That's why I wasn't sure if I should mention it. Just tell us what you saw. All right, it was that dog. And what I saw is the stuff of nightmares. That huge black dog. It sunk his terrible teeth into the victim's throat. What did you just say? It was hellish, utterly hellish. Beast, that awful beast. He killed him.
Suddenly I don't feel so good.
Jeepers creepers, that's awful. Talk about traumatizing. It was dreadful, horrible. Now you know why I couldn't help but scream. So there's a man-eating dog in the prison's animal population, is there?
Sup? Doesn't seem to like me very much. And that, I don't know. I feel like there's more to that. And that really is everything, I promise. You believe me, don't you? For now, this one seems too far-fetched a lie even for you. I'd like you to append what you just told us to your testimony if you don't mind. Very well. Inside I spotted the victim's dead body, which made me scream in fright. Wasn't he... I was found by the victim's body.
Hold it!
How much do you remember about the man you saw? I remember everything. Let's see. He had blonde hair and his neck was covered in blood because he was dead. Yes, we know that, Mr. Sword. Thank you very much. I'm just telling you what I saw. I thought you attorneys were obsessed with the little details. There's some serious venom behind those words. Something tells me he may not have had the best experience with with defense attorneys in the past. No, I don't think he did. I mean, that's why he's here, right? I also saw that black dog, his mouth clamped tight around the man's throat. This is the addendum, right? I spotted the victim's dead body, which made me scream in fright. They open the doors if an animal is detected.
Objection! Objection!
This is the fourth one is the addendum. I spotted the victim's dead body, which made me scream in fright. Oh.
Hold it!
You're sure this black dog was biting the victim's throat? Yes, there was blood everywhere. The beast's mouth was dripping with it and... Whoa, whoa, whoa. Spare us the gory details, will ya? What about the victim? Was he... Don't say it, don't say it. Do you really need to ask him that, Mr. Edgeworth? Ow, okay, what was that punch for? I'm on your side here. He wasn't moving at all. He was just lying there. Meaning he was already dead. There was so much blood just oozing from his neck. Oh, he was dead as a doornail, I'm sure of that. Not even the twitch of a finger, just lifeless. Eek, enough already. Why do you have to go into every little detail like that? To give you a nice and accurate testimony, that is what you want, isn't it? Shall I add what I've said to my testimony, Mr. Edgeworth? Please do. It was awful, I tell you. Terrible. He's dead as a doornail, I'm sure of that. Not even the twitch of a finger, just lifeless. I remember seeing his ring gleaming as it caught the light. Featured a snowflake motif in relief. But he wasn't wearing it, was he?
Objection!
A ring with a snowflake relief. Yes, I saw it clear as day. It was carved in such fine detail.
Interesting. Your testimony is certainly very accurate. In fact, I'd say it's just a little too accurate. And what's wrong with being too accurate? I mean this. You testified to having seen a ring with a snowflake design on it. And while the victim did indeed have a ring on his finger, see, exactly as I said. There is no way you could have seen it. Take a look at this photograph. As you can see, the victim's right hand was covered by a tarp. It would have been impossible for you to see his ring, let alone what design was on it. Unless, that is, you approached the body and removed the sheet. You told us earlier that you only took a look through the window and the door, yet you seem to have seen quite a lot from such a disadvantaged location, Mr. Solid. Who the heck do you think you are, huh? Mr. Big Shot acting like you know it all. I mean, I saw what I saw, I swear. Oh, I know. The man's arm must have moved under the tarp after I peeked in. Nonsense. You already told us that that can't have been the case. He wasn't moving at all. He was just lying there. Meaning he was already dead. You said it yourself that the victim was already dead, and dead men don't move, do they? No. Ooh-wee. Is that the stench of the desperation I smell? What are you hiding, Mr. Solid? Tell us. No, you're wrong. I know what I saw. Forgot that was like his thing. You couldn't let it go, could you? Had to keep on poking and prodding. You slimy two-bit associate attorney. It seems the real Solid has finally revealed himself. Whoa, that's quite the rug he was rocking. Came straight at you like some kind of flying black cat. Look, I'm just a sweet innocent witness here. But are you really? Because I must say I have doubts. Very serious doubts. What's that supposed to mean? You saw something that should have been impossible to see from outside the workshop. So how did you do it? That's simple. Mr. Solid, this is where you were standing when you saw the body. Inside the workshop. He saw something that couldn't have been seen from outside the room. There's only one place he could have been. The workshop. Was it in workshop A? Oh, workshop A. Right, workshop A was where the body was. I forgot. For some reason, I thought it was workshop B. So he was in B. He was in B. That's the only way you could have seen the relief on the ring. Ha! Say what you want, but... Excuse me. But you don't have a shred of evidence, do you? Nothing to prove I was in the room with the body, anyway. You can't prove it, can you? Because I was in the next room over, minding my own business and looking after the animals. Why else would I have signed out a pair of rubber gloves? For fun? Now put up or shut up. I want to see the evidence that proves I was in the room with the body. Rubber gloves. Remind me, Mr. Solid, what were you doing when you discovered the body? How many times I was practicing my pet styling techniques. Of course. Then perhaps this rubber glove might mean something to you. This glove was found by the victim's body. I believe it was dropped by the killer. And I can't help but notice that you have a similar glove tucked into your apron. No. This one's different.
Yes, that one does seem awfully lonely, doesn't it? It's just a rubber glove. There's hundreds of them all over the prison. This doesn't prove anything. Not yet, perhaps, but if I were to ask the police to check this glove for prints, I have a feeling the results would be rather fascinating. It's over. What the? That was a pretty rad objection, am I right? Please, Fender, now is not the time for tomfoolery. But I have a legit objection, because this isn't over. There's something that still doesn't make sense. Our man here's a prisoner, right? He's got one of those bracelet doohickeys on. That's true. So how could he have left his workshop in the first place? His bracelet would have triggered the alarm if he'd tried. Right, we don't have a good explanation for that yet. Well, anything you'd like to share, good buddy? We're all friends here. That's weird. You should be clinging on to that bracelet like the big round lifesaver it is. In what way? As in, it's the best hope our wig-flinging friend here has for getting off the hook for murder. Sorry, can't get into the crime scene with a bracelet on. If it was me, I'd be arguing that for my life. And yet he hasn't said a peep about it. I wonder why that might be, The sound of silence. I suppose Miss Law Priestess did preach that silence is golden yesterday, too. Whoa, you sound like an actual attorney for a second there, Mr. Fender. The worst of times are when lawyers calmly show our biggest smiles. Gregory taught me that. It was part of the attorney's code he lived by. So, friend, what's the dealio? Why so coy about your bracelet? Well, to tell you the truth, it's broken. Broken? I fell over a little while back, you see, and hit it on the floor. After that, it didn't seem to set the sensors off anymore. Didn't you say that you used your little trick? I should have told the guards about it, I know, but it was awfully convenient. I see, so your bracelet is broken. Do they really break that easily? If so, then this prison has a serious security problem. You there, can we have a moment? Oh, aren't you just the cutest? Meow. How can I help you, sir? This prisoner's bracelet appears to be broken. What? Really? That's not good. I'll get someone to find a replacement right away. Thank you. We'll keep hold of the broken one for the time being. Solid's bracelet wasn't working at the time of the incident. I forgot my volume was loud. Solid's bracelet wasn't working at the time of the incident and could not be detected by the sensors. Of course, sir. I trust you'll take good care of it. Sweet. Bracelet sorted. Now to find out the murderer. To turn our murder in, yeah? What? No, I didn't kill anybody. Whoa there, Palio. You were the one who said your bracelet was out of commission. Or were there any other inmates freely roaming the halls while everybody was busy watching the show? No, I just found the body. That's all, I promise. When I did, that enormous dog still had its mouth wrapped around the poor man's neck. They went to the workshop after the beast had left. And why did you go in? Well, oh, fine, I wanted to go through his pockets, okay? He's going to rob the corpse. That explains why he remembers Knight's ring in so much detail. Self-report? Yeah, for real. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? I'm a great thief. I never stoop so low as to steal from a... Well, I didn't steal anything either. The show ended just after I'd entered the room, and all the other inmates came trickling downstairs thereafter. I panicked, rushed back to the other workshop, and started my fake screaming. And dropped the glove in your haste, huh? I guess this all just about hangs together. Anything smell funky to you, Miles? Other than whether Mr. Sawt is the one who did it, I'd say one very significant question still remains. The question of how Knight made it into the prisons proper from his holding cell in the detention center. Whew, yeah, that one's a doozy. I also can't help but wonder about another key feature of Mr. Sawt's testimony. The weirdly shaped dog. A dog's involvement can only mean one thing, Mr. Sawt. Yes, what is it? Were you the only prisoner who didn't go to watch the show? Well, no, there was one other who didn't. Am I right in thinking that this person couldn't have watched the show even if he'd wanted to? Yes, how did you... I knew it. My suspicions when we first ran into that black dog yesterday, but this confirms it. For a criminal that dangerous to end up in a place like this is unbelievable, but... Where is this person's cell? You're going to see... him? Who are we talking about here?
Him. He's not like the other prisoners, you know. He's special. Gets treated like royalty. But you didn't hear that from me. All I'll say is, if you value your life, you'll stay well away from him.
What? Will you please stop trying to scare us all the time?
The big cheese, huh? Well, I, for one, definitely value my life, so that sucks.
They keep him in maximum security.
Which is over there. Maximum security. Well, that's certainly one way of treating someone differently.
Alright, quit being so mysterious and tell us who he is already.
Let's just say he's highly skilled when it comes to people's lives. Better than anyone, in fact. And, that's all I'm prepared to say on the subject. In fact, I may have already said too much. Well, Milesy, anything you care to share? Or are you going to leave Kay and I in the dark here, too? The mystery man in the maximum security is an old acquaintance. Oh. Is it Von Karma? Let's go pay him a visit. I suspect we'll find our dark canine friend there, too. This is the door to one of the workshops.
Why do they have workshops in a prison anyway?
They're for people to train in for when they return to life in the outside world.
But a dead body was found in one of them, right? So then it's not really doing a good job of helping anyone return to life, is it?
Touché. I suppose that's another reason why we should aim to clear up this mystery as soon as possible. Oink oink. It's a basin for drinking from.
Looks a little hard to reach. They need to come up with a more user-friendly design.
Or perhaps it's for the animals? Did you ever think of that, Kay?
No. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, it's a monkey mountain.
Where are you? I was trying to go for the cat. It's a cat.
What a possum kitty.
Please, Kay, I'd appreciate it if you could stick to using normal words.
If I had a little buddy like her, life in prison wouldn't be so bad. No, what am I thinking? I can't get locked up for real.
Perhaps I'd better give her a meowment to get this cat speak out of her system. This looks like the way to the prison yard. Sadly, the shutter is locked tight.
Freedom awaits on just the other side, a stoic lock and key twixt mine eyes and nose in the outdoor breeze. Such a cruel fate it is indeed. The more I think on it, the more it eats at me.
And whose thoughts are you attempting to channel exactly with that soliloquy? Why is there a rabbit just... I nearly tripped over it.
Isn't this great, Mr. Edgeworth? It's like being...
Okay, yeah. Oh boy. I have a hunch that it's gonna be Von Karma, but I guess we'll find out.
March 28th, 12:41 p.m. Prison maximum security. Wow, it's pitch black in there. I can't see a thing. But didn't you just say that the Yatagarasu takes flight even in the dead of night or something? Even in the depths of night when no other bird dares to take flight. One alone soars to shine the light of righteousness on the world's blight. And that one is me, for I am the great thief Yatagarasu. Whoa, you are one powerful performer. Thanks, but that doesn't help me see in the dark. I'm a human, not a three-legged raven. Eek. Ooh. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth. That voice, I knew it. It's been far too long. You remember me? I could hardly forget now, could I? After all, you were the one who put me away. Mr. Edgeworth? Are you talking to that dog? Was there someone else in there? Still can't see a danged thing. Oh, but I'm forgetting myself. Forgive me. I do not often receive visitors. One moment, I will turn on the lights. Who the fuck is this? Who is this? You were a heavy-footed lot. Am I right in thinking there were 3 of you in all? Very well. Perhaps we should start by introducing ourselves. I am Bodhidharma Canis. As you may have gathered, Mr. Edgeworth and I are old acquaintances. Canis was a notorious assassin. Some knew him as the Blind Butcher. His only weapons were a vicious hunting hound and a fearsomely sharp knife. His appearance was always announced by the sound of bells, the last sound of his victims would ever hear. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, might I guess why you have come to see me? You know why I'm here. In fact, I'm willing to bet you know every detail of this sordid little affair already. Then I suppose we have nothing to hide from one another. Your faithful canine friend. His head is very oblong. It's like his brain is like trying to hatch from his head. Your faithful canine friend is currently the chief suspect in a murder investigation. The person who found the body saw a dog with his mouth around the victim's throat. Your witness is mistaken. Helmut is a gentle soul. He is my eyes, nothing more. It is absurd to think that he would do such a thing, isn't it, boy? Yes, it is. You're a good boy, aren't you? Helmut is more than a mere seeing eye dog, and he's certainly no good boy. He's also a trained killer. I wonder if if somebody slathered some peanut butter or something around his neck or something, and made it seem like the dog did it. A weapon once used in this man's sordid trade. This witness of yours, he is trustworthy, I assume? So it is anything but trustworthy. And he's still very much a suspect himself. I can hardly claim that his testimony is beyond reproach. No, then, I thought as much. Yes, I did, Helmut. Yes. It figures that he already knew who our witness is. What were you doing between 8 and 10 a.m. yesterday morning, Mr. Canis? During the show, you mean? I was here, ensconced in these humble surroundings. I just remembered I have black and white cookies. I don't think I've ever had black and white cookies before. Are they like chocolate vanilla? Oh, they're like squishy.
I didn't expect that. Seems like they are. Not as much a cookie as like as much as it is like a cake bite almost. Like it has more of a spongy consistency that's like cake. It's good though. I was here ensconced in these humble surroundings. I've developed a passion for wood carving, you see, an obsession even. I was engrossed in it all morning. And you have permission to engage in such a hobby? I can't believe someone would actually let you. Something tells me this just got a lot more relevant. I don't know exactly how, but I feel like there might be some connection between wood carving and the chess pieces. It's just a hunch. I don't want to go off of it too blindly. But it feels like it could be correlated. And you have permission to engage in such a hobby? Can't believe someone would actually let you. The warden and I have an understanding. An understanding? That's ridiculous. This man shouldn't be allowed one, let alone 5 chisels. Nothing but lethal weapons in his hands. I was carving Buddhist pieces at first, but by the 674th, my interest had begun to wane. Whoa, that must have taken forever. Time is all I have, child. In any case, my focus is now shifted to pieces such as these. I didn't know you played chess. You play too, do you not, prosecutor? Perhaps one day you might indulge me. Though you may find my game rather rudimentary, I only began after my arrival here, I am afraid. What's that piece? A dog with 3 heads? A Cerberus? Ah yes, the dogs of war. You must forgive my little joke. Chess is, after all, a game of war. Soldiers, knights, castles, all doing their utmost to protect the king, all loyal to the last. I have always thought it strange that such a game has no place for a dog. After all, what more loyal weapon could an army call upon? True. Still, it's simply a piece I made for fun. Fear not, I play by the regular rules, and with the regular pieces. I can't imagine it's easy finding opponents to play here in prison, though. Oh, I have my correspondence. Correspondence chess, then, sharing moves by post? Yes, even prisoners are allowed to send and receive letters. Their contents are inspected, of course. Although I have yet to receive the details of my current opponent's next move. Wait, so you just, like, respond via mail about your next move? That's a long-ass game of chess. Sounds like this current opponent isn't resident here. Suppose you know the identity of the deceased, Mr. Connors. His name was Bronco Knight, was it not? Poor unfortunate soul. You keep your ear to the ground. My ears are all I have, Mr. Edgeworth. And also my dog. Why am I not surprised that he's plugged into the prison's information network? But perhaps he was not so unfortunate after all. What do you mean? Mr. Knight's crime was a grave one. A crime for which he would have been made to pay dearly anyway. The attempted assassination of a president. That is no small matter. Attempted assassination?
Wait, Mr. Edgeworth, didn't Mr. Knight...
Yes, we proved that he murdered his team leader, and that there was no attempt on the president's life. Could it be? Are they attempting to cover up President Wang's fake assassination scheme? Whoa there, cowboy. You're saying the Bronxster didn't actually have a pop at the Prez? I was hired to defend him on the charge of attempted murder.
You mean you don't know what really happened? So what, they just blamed the whole assassination thing on Mr. Knight?
It would explain why the committee was so keen to get involved.
Of course, they took you off the case to try and keep you away.
And swapped in that wiener kid to push through an attempted murder charge.
In other words, they're trying to cover up the truth.
So they were trying to frame him. According to the guards, this night, was it? They tell me he was violently insistent that he had attempted no assassination. Which would have come out anyway when the case went to trial. I am no expert in legal matters, but allow me to say one thing. I know for a certainty that he would not have been the first inmate imprisoned on false pretenses. An uncomfortable fact, but a fact nonetheless. Yes, Helmut. Yes, it is. Yes. The courtroom is not always the bastion of truth you believe it to be, Mr. Edgeworth. No bastion of truth, huh? I've heard something to that effect before. Yes, from a certain Interpol agent who doesn't have much faith in prosecutors. You're not twisting the truth behind those closed courtroom doors, too, are you? Fueled by that kind of thinking, is it any wonder that courts produce nothing but falsities and lies? Sorry, but the truth doesn't need the likes of you to distort it today. I never was able to fully dispel his mistrust of prosecutors. But we have a whole second game for that. Even Helmut understands, don't you, Helmut? Yes, you do. The truth's revealed in court in your deductions. It is dangerous to trust either implicitly. But I am not bitter. You are not the first to make me a subject of unfounded suspicions in recent days. In fact, I was visited by another prosecutor only yesterday. He was accompanied by a judge. They even dragged the warden along, her distaste for me lingering unspoken in the air.
Not those two again.
Prosecutor Winter and Judge Gabel. They went over my cell with a fine-tooth comb. They left empty-handed. They were looking for the murder weapon, I believe, to no avail. But I mustn't take it personally. Rumor has it that they searched every cell in the prison and still failed to find what they were looking for. I pray they weren't too disappointed. Well, I posed more questions than it answered. What do we do now? So its testimony is flimsy at best. I'll need more proper evidence if I want to take Canis on. Well, I think that's quite enough chit-chat for one day. Helmut will now show you out. Good boy, Helmut. Go on now. He's not really showing us out permanently, right?
Let's get out of here. Come on.
Until next time, Mr. Canis. It does pain me that our brief time must end, just as we were becoming reacquainted. I await your return, Mr. Edgeworth. 12. Now to gather the evidence I need to bolster my case.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth.
That's the best hiding spot she could find. It's alright, Kay. You can come down now. Where's Fender?
He ran off somewhere. I had no idea he could move that fast.
Fender.
So, what do we do now?
You and I will continue the investigation, and I know just where to start. By solving that one particular mystery that's been dogging us the whole time. Literally, Knight's body was found in one of the prison workshops, but is presumably being detained in one of the detention center's holding cells. So how did he wind up on the other side of those heavy security doors? Let's start by investigating the holding cells.
In Mr. Knight's room, right? But, what about Mr. Fender?
I'm sure he'll find us when he's ready.
Sure, but he is kind of our boss, isn't he? Oh well.
The victim's cell is just over there.
Lead the way, Mr. Edgeworth.
I have just about had it. Who's that? We're in the guard. She seems to have come from the corridor marked no entry. He's still not talking, ma'am? Even with the evidence you borrowed from the precinct? No, and I've tried so many times I've lost count. What am I supposed to do? I can't send in a blank report. I guess a killer for hire was always going to be a tough nut to crack. A killer for hire? Oh! I couldn't help overhearing more in the guard, but were you just talking about Bodhidharma Canis? My, you were listening. How very gauche of you. A girl's privacy is her armor, you know. Do you normally conduct interrogations of the man yourself? Oh, it's not just him, darling. I tried to have the occasional ta with everyone. Is that how you say it? That's what it means to be a member of the family in this little home of ours. There isn't a person who hasn't made the pilgrimage to my office at least once. Your office? How sweet. He's angling for an invite. Well, I suppose it is the hottest ticket in town. It's down this corridor here, darling. But FYI, I don't let just anybody wander in willy-nilly. Let's see, that would put it right around here. It's a wonderful room, if I do say so myself. All my guests rave about it. And who wouldn't want a view of my fabulous garden in the yard? Ooh la la!
The yard? If it's anything like the rest of the place, it's probably full of adorable animals, right? Can I see?
No. Oh, darling, it's so sweet of you to take an interest, but I'm afraid that's just not possible.
Why not?
Because you're not a member of our home. If you want to see it that badly, you'll just have to get convicted for doing something unspeakable. That's a rather steep price to pay. Oh, but just listen to me chattering away like there's no tomorrow. It's time for Allie's lunchy brunch. The poor dear will be dying. Allie? The sweetest little dear in all the world. I know I shouldn't have favorites, but you know how it is. Now to the yard with me. Ciao for now, darlings. I wanted to ask her more about Canis, but she had dominated that conversation from start to finish. Let's go investigate the victim's cell, shall we? So, this is Knight's cell.
When do you think he was brought in, Mr. Edgeworth?
It would have had to be the evening of the 25th, just after the events at the lake. And then at some point he wound up in the prison proper. But how?
Must be some evidence here that will point us in the right direction. Alright, let's get looking, Mr. Edgeworth. So this is where night was, I guess. Reflected in the mirror is a security camera, a great thief's greatest enemy. Nothing about this place is very thief-friendly, if I'm being honest. I think that might be entirely deliberate, Kay. Guard. I'd like you to retrieve the footage from the security camera and review it as carefully as you can. If you see anything out of the ordinary, inform me immediately. Yes, sir. Scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Ooh, what's a menu doing here, Mr. Edgeworth? Seems that those held in the detention center are able to choose what they like to eat each day. Damn. If they can afford it, that is. Damn. Money makes the world go around, I guess. But doesn't that make life super easy for rich detainees? Well, okay, bear in mind that the people held in these cells haven't been found guilty yet. Some of them don't deserve to be punished. Quite a few of them, in fact. So you're saying it's fine that people with money don't have as hard a time of it as everyday people? But I wind up defending the practices of the detention system. I like that it has like a little cell on it. Hey, look at this weird piece of paper. There's some sort of grid on it. Let's take a closer look. The grid appears to be a chess diagram. The victims, I suppose. What's a chess diagram? A visual representation of a game of chess. See how the locations of all the pieces are marked? It seems to be a closely fought contest, but perhaps if this pawn were... No, wait. Not now, Mr. Edgeworth. There's no time to be playing games. Yes, I suppose you're right. This isn't the first time I've seen this configuration of pieces. It was from a different perspective, but it was definitely the same game. Perhaps it would be wise to take another look at the evidence in my possession. Yeah, that's definitely, so they were definitely playing together. This chess game. I've seen it before. Enough with the chess chat, Mr. Edgeworth. We're supposed to be investigating here. Focus. I am investigating. This particular bit of chess chat could prove to be vital. Now, take a look at this. Tell me what it is. It's the chess set we saw in Mr. Canis' cell. But, I don't really know the rules of chess, so... The rules of the game are not important here. What is important are the positions of the pieces. Compare the ones in Mr. Canis' cell with these. Did you notice anything? Ah, I don't know which piece is which or anything, but if you turn the diagram like this, they're pieces in the same squares. Indeed, there's no dog on the diagram, but that's to be expected. Apart from that, however, the positions of the pieces are identical. And what does that tell us? Oh, I have my correspondence. As unlikely as it may seem, Mr. Canis' chess opponent was... Mr. Knight? This could be just the proof we need to show that Mr. Canis had a connection to the victim. Cool. Wow, that's a lot of books. Let's take a look. You'll Laugh Tomorrow, an anthology. Understanding Animal Emotions, Life as a Pet Stylist. Either it was more to Mr. Knight than met the eye. A Second Chance at Life, interviews with a former prisoner, making money while serving time. You'll Laugh Tomorrow, an anthology, understanding animal emotions, life as a pet stylist, 200 days to freedom, and escape story. 1, 2, and 3. Sadly, I don't think these were his. They were likely especially selected and placed here for the detainees, with the hope that they would want to better themselves during their time here. Second chance at life, interviews with a former prisoner. These books appear to have been written by current model prisoners and former inmates. Oh, I like the look of this one. 200 Days to Freedom, an escape story. And this one too, making money while serving time. This facility may have more deeply rooted problems than I thought. The bowl is nice and spotless. There are no signs that the toilet paper has been used. Everything seems to be in order with the toilet here. What? Are you serious? Why? What's wrong? There's no door. It's not even a curtain. Whoever designed this place should have thought a little more about the people who have to live here. Okay. You sweet innocent soul. Think there might be a reason behind the open plan layout. Standard barred window. No signs of it have been being tampered with. I don't think there's any chance our killer escaped through here. Aha. Must remember to bring something to saw through iron bars with. As they say, fail to prepare, prepare to fail. Glad I got the chance to scope this place out. Okay, we're investigating a crime scene, not preparing for your eventual escape. Do. It's a weird looking pillow. This bed doesn't look very comfortable. That pillow cover is very clean, spotless in fact. Bet this is the kind of bed Gummy sleeps in. You can just picture it, can't you? No, I sense he's more of a mattress on the floor type. If he even has a mattress. Hey look, this newspaper's got a chunk of it missing. You're right, a few of its pages have been roughly torn out. But why? Maybe Mr. Knight wanted to clean his cell, but didn't have a cleaning cloth? It's not a totally implausible theory, I suppose, but who would try to clean their cell? Must be Knight's suit jacket. So I've been doing some research on my own. Oh, and what have you discovered? I discovered that guys who look good in suits tend to be more popular with the ladies. But don't worry, guys with frilly neck ruffles are next on my research list. Please stop. What's this? There's something different about this spot here. This part of the floor is weirdly clean. Did somebody wipe it down or something? My mic arm is a little wobbly. Doop. I get this cookies and cream spread. I don't know what that means. It's just like a spread. Spreadable white chocolate cream with dark chocolate cookie pieces. I mean, that sounds good. Sounds tasty. I got a whole bunch of bread today.
Pretty good. I'll get into that later. Do I need a refrigerator? Store in a cold and dry place. The fact that they said that to me means they would have just said keep refrigerated, right? Why would somebody only do the pot right next to the bed, though? Not much of a mystery here. This part of the floor has been wiped clean. Maybe he spilled some grape juice? Who knows, but we can certainly imagine what he used to do the wiping. The torn out pages of the newspaper. Why wouldn't he just ask a guard for a cloth or something, though? Perhaps he didn't want anyone to see what he was wiping up. I think we've about exhausted this cell. We've made significant progress by establishing a connection between Mr. Canis and the victim. This is bad, sir. Is that the guard? The security camera footage, sir. I watched it and... What is it? Can you show it to us? Yes, sir. A small playback monitor with me. Then what are you waiting for? Let's see it. Whoa. 3D modeling. Was that black thing? It's that dog, right? Until now, our assumption was that the crime had taken place inside the prison proper. But it seems that assumption may have been wrong. Knight had actually been attacked in this location. The detention center. Or the holding cell, I mean. Yeah. Right here in the detention center, and the perpetrator was indeed Mr. Canis's dog. This is just the evidence we need. Can I replay it? And if this is where Knight was actually murdered, one of the pieces of evidence we found here in his cell takes on a whole new meaning. Knight's cell was the crime scene, which piece of evidence takes on a new significance. Mr. Solid's bracelet? The door sensors? Okay. Prison roll call? The tarp? Okay. The wiped floor? The floor of Knight's cell was wiped clean, presumably to remove something. That something had been his blood? Thank you, officer. Would you mind doing me one more favor? Name it, sir. There's a detective by the name of Garbanzo somewhere in this facility. I need you to give him a message. Tell him to have this cell tested for traces of blood and to report the results to Edgeworth. You got it, sir.
Now we can really go after that Canis guy, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
No, not yet. Still don't know how night and the dark move between his cell and the prison proper.
Right, so that's what we need to figure out next. What's the play, Coach? Where are we off to?
I suspect one of the guards might know something. We should ask those posted nearby and see what they have to tell us.
Okay, time to get asking. Huh?
Oh, there he is. Thanks for the tour. Later. Well, well, Mr. Prosecutor and his little friend. I didn't expect to run into you here. Might be my lucky day. This Agent Shi Long Lang of Interpol. He was in charge of a case I worked on 2 weeks back. I thought he had gone home to Zhangfo after that, but here he is. You had some business to take care of, I take it, Agent Lang. You could say that. Nothing that need concern you, though.
First a black hound, now a wolf and all black. Hey, wait, why are you all alone today?
That's true. He's usually accompanied by an army of police officers. I hear you were at it again a couple days back, sticking your nose into things. A couple of days back? Ah, he means the incident with the president of Zhangfa. Actually, I thought you might be there as well, heading up the security detail. Our president doesn't have much faith in the efficacy of our own country's police force. Maybe now he'll think twice before using contractors again. Amateurs. Agent Lang doesn't have much faith in prosecutors or the courts to do their jobs right. Which is why he's so meticulous about investigating with his hand-picked cream-of-the-crop officers. Indeed, no doubt things would have turned out differently had you and your men been in charge. My men, huh? Yeah, those guys aren't around anymore. What? They're not? It's funny, isn't it? I'm a real lone wolf now. What are you saying, Agent Lang? What on earth happened? I told you, it doesn't concern you. See you around, Mr. Prosecutor.
Wow, he seemed not okay.
Yes, and I would very much like to know why, but there's nothing we can do about it right now. We'll worry about Agent Lang later. We have an investigation to conduct.
Alright, let's start by talking to these guards.
I was wondering, have you seen an enormous black dog wandering around here recently? That thing? No way. If I had, well, let's just say I'd be a lot more nervous about standing guard here.
So, you and this dog have some kind of history or something?
Now, okay. You should know when to let sleeping dogs lie. Sound of it, Canis's dog hasn't been spotted on this side of those heavy security doors. Oh man, I am in so much trouble. What's the matter? You seem perturbed. Oh, well, you see, one of my uniforms is missing. Oh, I sworn it was here in my locker.
Did he grow a pair of legs and run off somewhere?
Where in the world did that idea spring from?
Anyway, I hope you track it down soon. I'll be rooting for you.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Interesting. Interessante. Hey, are those my faithful assistants I see before me? Why am I in question marks? I'm literally right there. Fender, and where exactly have you been? Where have I been? I've been looking for you two. Been searching high and low. Wandering lonely.
Excuse me. Wandering lonely through the prison halls, it was terrible, I tell you. The prison's over there on the other side of the facility, boss. So listen, I just got the lowdown on some seriously dynamite material. You want to hear it, right? Right? Seamless. I was chatting with a few of the guards and they told me something très interessant. Turns out the Bronxster had himself a little incident 2 days ago. Pre-mortem, if you catch my drift. Yes. Before he died. An incident? Simeon told me he came to visit his pal, right? Told you. Well, it happened right after they'd wrapped up, when Bronco was being escorted back to his cell. It was just one guard and he was handcuffed off. They'd made it back and the guard was taken off his cuffs when the Bronxster clobbered him, knocked the poor guy out cold. Sounds like it might have been the prelude to a jailbreak, because when the other guards showed up, they couldn't find their comrade's keys. Were there any rumblings about Knight attempting an escape? That's the bit that fries the old noggin. There were none. He just sat in his cell, then turned up dead. What's more, he swore right to the end that he never stole the keys. They turned his cell inside out, too, but no dice. The guard who was struck, what do you have to say? Nothing. Poor guy was still out when they took him to the hospital. Word is he's still there, so there's nobody around to tell us what really happened. Wonder if that's related to the, I wonder if that's related to the stolen police uniform. What the? It's you losers. That's all we need. It's you losers. Why are you still hanging around here like a bad smell? Hey there, little buddy. Listen, Miles here is working with me now as an associate. Nonsense. You're all just here to cause trouble and turn my investigation into a fart. Eustace means farce, of course. A simple slip of the tongue. Seemed like a reasonably apt choice of words to me. Judge Gavelle, great to see you again. I know who you are. You are Simeon Saint's attorney. Guilty as charged. Now that we've broken the ice, how about a friendly... Or not. I'm totally cool either way. Now, did I hear you correctly? That Mr. Edgeworth has joined the defense team? Yep, and me too. We're officially employees of Edgeworth & Co. But a prosecutor is a public servant. You would draw your sword on the goddess to work for personal gain? It's not a problem if I'm not getting paid, though, correct? Exactly. What he said. Miles here is just a volunteer. We're all about the pro bono stuff over at Edgeworth & Co. How wonderful. So you all work without reward. The goddess would surely approve. Yeah. I'm a regular philanthropist. Judge Gavelle, I was hoping to ask about the grounds for Simeon Saint's arrest. That information is on a neat... Is that a challenge, I hear? No, I was just asking Judge Gavelle. I'm always ready for a little verbal combat, to show you what it takes to be a real winner. How is it verbal combat if you won't let me speak? Still, this could prove useful. Fine, we'll do as you suggest. Now, if you could begin telling us why Mr. Saint was arrested. There will be no need for that. Not now, Gavelle. Watch and wonder. As I put this pathetic prosecutor in his place, he's gonna run rings around me. I think you meant to say that you would be the one running rings around me. And I will, so badly that your ears will be ringing. Prepare to be humbled, Edgeworth. You want to know why I arrested that man? It's simple. I found evidence of him all over that thing. How's that for some winningly incontrovertible conclusive proof? And who saw the truth first? Why, me, of course. Winner by name, winner by nature. Where do I even begin? Look at you, utterly lost for words in the face of such mastery. I'll take your silence as yet another win. Honestly, does he ever shut up? You said that you were the one who arrested Mr. Saint, but do you have the authority to do so, Mr. Winner? Well, obviously, it was the police who actually arrested him. But I told them to do it, so I think I can claim the credit, don't you? Of course, that's what he meant. This is clearly going to take a while. A shame, really. Given that I'm much more interested in what Judge Gavelle is silently thinking over there. One sec. What was the evidence? Evidence of him was all over that thing? Could you be a little more specific, Mr. Winner? Do I really have to spell it out for you, Edgeworth? I'd hoped even you could put two and two together. Stop messing around. The onus is on you to provide a comprehensible testimony. Come now, Eustace. I'm sure Mr. Edgeworth and his friends would be very interested to learn how you cracked the case. They certainly look keen to hear about it. Fine, if you insist, I'll fill in the gaps. Brace yourselves, because this is going to blow your tiny little minds. I bet you didn't even know, but the victim had, wait for it, a chess set with him. And that chess set was covered in the fingerprints of a certain Mr. Simeon Saint. Praise be to the goddess of justice for the insight she offers, and congratulations once again, Eustace. You would not object to Eustace amending his testimony, I trust, Mr. Edgeworth? No, by all means, please do. Were they playing chess together? But you weren't the one who actually found his prints, were you? Of course not. I'm a prosecutor. I leave the dirty work to forensics. The fingerprints are certainly a problem, but then that chess set was... Should take another look at the evidence. Belonging to Naya and was brought to him at his request by Saint. Uh-huh. So the fingerprints on the chess set are the ace up your sleeve? The what up my what? Oh, yes, the chess set up the ace sleeve. That's right, Edgeworth. I've got a winning hand, as usual. Only your winning hand is a busted flush. For you see, it was Simeon Saint who brought that chess set to the victim in the first place. Therefore, it's only natural that his fingerprints are all over it. Yeah. That took a while to sink in. In conclusion, those fingerprints aren't proof of anything, and Mr. Saint's arrest was premature. Premature? The incident took place here within the walls of his facility. And being neither a guard nor a prisoner, it makes very little sense to suspect Mr. Saint. Oh! Now what? I think you might be the premature one here, Edgeworth. And to think you were the one accusing me of being hasty. Did he only just work out what that word means? Sure, I identified Mr. Saint as a suspect rather than pretty much anybody else. I won the race when it comes to picking out the crucial evidence, too. I'm quick on the draw, you see. But hasty? Not at all. You're right that Mr. Saint isn't a guard or prisoner here, but he was. like how he like steps back. Eustace. Judge Cavell. But out, Cavell. I have him right where I want him. Forgive me, Eustace, but if I may, while the particulars of the suspect are indeed fascinating, don't we have something a little more impressive to share with the prosecutor? Something more impressive? If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Edgeworth, Eustace made an ingenious deduction concerning the murder weapon. Perhaps you would like to hear it? Yes, of course, that. Well remembered, Cavell. Listen to this, Edgeworth, and prepare to be amazed. Will this ingenious deduction explain why Mr. Saint was arrested? Let's just say you won't be disappointed. Judge Cavell deliberately diverted this conversation away from my line of questioning. What exactly is she up to? Fact 1. The murder weapon was some sort of metal blade. Fact 2. Potentially deadly blades are strictly controlled within the prison walls, as we both know. From these two facts, I concluded that the weapon in question must have come from the outside. It must have been hidden inside the chess set. That's what I think, anyway. And since the only prints we found on the chess set belonged to the victim and the suspect, I'd say it's blindingly obvious who brought the weapon in and who used it, wouldn't you? If nothing else, his testimony this time is a little more comprehensible than the last. Another winning deduction brought to you by one winner Eustace, prosecutor extraordinaire. More like one winner useless prosecutor extraordinaire, if you ask me. But how can anyone even hide a weapon inside that chess set? Good question. Why don't you take a look for yourselves? Inside the chessboard? So there's only one way to find out. Something in here but chess pieces. That laugh is really something. Seems pretty convinced the weapon was hidden in here somewhere. Better take a closer look. Could have been in here. Oh. What? The stiff lining at the top opens like a flap door? Well, there's plenty of room in there. Indeed. More than enough to hide something like a small knife. Ingenious, no? The killer snuck the weapon in by... Huh? What do you mean, huh? Let me finish, will you? I fear you've not been listening, Mr. Winner, or perhaps you've simply forgotten. The detention center is outfitted with a security gate. Huh? I mean, yeah, and? The security gate also acts as a metal detector, Eustace. We must pass through another one on the way into the prison itself, remember? Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Of course I remember. He definitely didn't. It would have been impossible to smuggle a metal blade through such a gate and into the facility, which would seem to blow a rather large hole in your reasoning, Mr. Winner. That gate is only used to scan people. Any items they bring into the facility are only subjected to a cursory check. Are you telling me that hold on, my shit's falling again. God damn this table. Next desk that I get, I need to get like a flat top. Because this one does not let my mic arm clamp on it.
Are you telling me that the chess set wasn't put through the metal detector? It should have been. Alas, it seems the guards have grown a little lax at that regard of late. Unless one of the guards was in on it. I mean, maybe somebody dressed up as one of the guards, considering one of the outfits was missing. Capable of detecting items made of metal. Very good. Thank you, Gabelle. It was my pleasure. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, if you would be so kind as to begin your cross-examination. Cross-examination? It's like she's holding a trial. Well, no matter. Let's see how well this ingenious deduction of Mr. Winters holds up, shall we? Murder weapon was some sort of metal blade. How do we know that? Metal blade, you say? And do you have any evidence to support this? You mean you didn't even look at the victim's injuries? Why am I not surprised, you third raid? The fatal blow was a stab wound to the neck. It was delivered by a knife-like blade. That much is absolutely beyond doubt. It appears that they're not yet aware of a certain other piece of information. Lost for words, are we? And I'll just keep going. My brilliant deductions don't end there, you know. Okay. I stab one to the throat. Right. Solid claims to have seen this dog biting the victim's throat. Guess not. What's up, Hikaru? Thank you for the hydrate. Okay. Okay. Potential deadly blades are strictly controlled within the prison walls, as we both know. Well, but also, doesn't he have 5, like, chisels? Doesn't the guy in maximum security have, like, 5 chisels? I remember them making a comment on that. I don't think that's part of yeah, I don't think that's in there. What's up? These two facts conclude that the weapon in question must have come from the outside. It's been hidden inside the chess set, that's what I think anyway. Since the only prints we found on the chess set belong to the victim and the suspect, I'd say it's blindingly obvious who brought the weapon in and used it, wouldn't you? Well, okay. Just woke up and I'm so tired. Oh, I hate when that happens. Say it's blindingly obvious who brought the weapon in and used it. Well, does he know? Does he already know that the murder happened most likely in the detention center and not in the workshop? I mean, either way, it's like, feel like it's not like possible with like I guess there's some contrived way. This is tricky though. Okay, let's start from the top. The murder weapon was some sort of metal blade. We don't know that for a fact. We saw Winter Gavel and the warden searched the prison for the murder weapon, but couldn't find anything. Buy water, and I'm gonna go early so no one can take my current parking spot. Hell yeah. Um, so they don't know. Yeah, they don't know. Let me see if they give me a hint. Deductions in his previous testimony stunk worse than a skunk. He was only bailed out by Judge Gabel's wisdom, or rather her own deductions. Things are going to get pretty rough fast if she's our real opponent. Any bright ideas, Miles Areno? Of course, there is one fact Mr. Winter and Judge Gabel are not yet aware of. Their line of reasoning may appear to be solid at first glance. It was at 7 a.m. Who gets up at 7 a.m. on a Saturday? That's a good question. I went to the grocery store recently at like 10 in the morning and nobody was there. I was like, damn, this is great. It was so nice. Cause I usually go at like in the evening and everybody's like rushing around. It's a mess everywhere. But it's just so like quiet. Yeah, it's so quiet. I mean, I kind of remember because like I would when I worked at a grocery store, like I they would make me come in on like Sunday mornings, and it was just so quiet. It's like, why am I even here, dude? There's no one here. Um, the line of questioning may appear to be solid at first glance, but there's actually a giant gaping hole in it. Now that's what I like to hear. If I press them for more information, the flaw in... Okay, so I'm pressing. I'm... Okay. The fact that such objects are strictly controlled doesn't mean they're actually forbidden. Well, no, I mean, some of the prisoners used scissors to cut the animal's hair, and that avenue of enquiry was conscientiously pursued, as you no doubt recall, Eustace. Forget that in other countries shops are open on Sundays. Yeah. Well, it depends. It depends on what shop. There are some places that aren't open. It depends. We do have like we do have a weird rule in my state. I don't know if it's like this in other states, but you can't purchase alcohol before I think it's like noon on Sunday. I don't know if that's like a religious thing or what, but I always thought that was so strange. A lot of people don't know it too. Like, so they'll come in and like, you know, try to buy wine, and then I'll be like, sorry, I can't sell this to you. They'll be like, why not? I'm old enough. It's like, no, it's not that. It's I legally cannot sell it to you until noon, which is such a weird rule. I never understood that. It's gotta be like a religious thing, but I don't know. You're basically no shop is open because of arrest day. It is arrest day. Restaurants are open. Gotcha. Yeah, I think most things, there are some things that are closed on Sundays, but for the most part, most things are still open. Yes, only one bladed object had been signed out by a single prisoner at the time of the incident. The item was tested for traces of blood, but none were found. I suppose he's referring to the scissors Mr. Solid was using. So there's no way the blade in question came from inside the prison. Outside? What does that mean exactly? The opposite of inside, you numbskull. Was that an attempt at clarification or a put-down? Because it clearly accomplished neither. What's up, Moth? I see you meet him. Yeah. He's interesting. What Eustace means to say is that it must have been brought in from outside the prison by Mr. Saint. Honestly, Edgeworth, if you haven't figured that out by now, then you're an even bigger loser than I thought. The feeling is mutual, believe me. Bro, Edgeworth is like, I'm gonna get this little gay twink. Mr. Saint clearly brought the murder weapon into the prison. The question is, how? But no murder weapon was found at the crime scene. There's nothing inside the chessboard either. I'm curious, Mr. Winter. Do you also have thoughts about where this weapon might be? Well, the perpetrator must have hidden it somewhere in the prison. Is there a problem with his claim? There is a problem. They hid it somewhere inside the prison? That seems unlikely. In fact, I can prove that's not the case. But evidence suggests that the murder weapon isn't hiding somewhere in the prison. Isn't hiding somewhere in the prison. Sebastian de Best. Isn't hiding somewhere in the prison? Is it not the security gates? What? That's your evidence? Yes, and it's quite conclusive, I think you'll find. Ignore him, Eustace. His evidence conclusively proves nothing. Oh, right. I knew that. That was a bad call, Miles. Alright then, where's this proof of yours? No, I have something that proves there is no murder weapon inside the prison. This should be all the proof you need, Mr. Winter. Evidence suggests that the murder weapon isn't hiding somewhere in the prison. Fuck, I don't know. Maybe the guard uniform? Isn't hiding somewhere in the prison. The fact that they didn't find anything? I guess, yeah, that makes sense. I'm starting to worry about your memory, Mr. Winter. And didn't you and the good judge search the prison with Warden Lagarde? And didn't you fail to find a likely murder weapon? Well, yes, but I guess we just missed it, that's all. Wow, way to undermine yourself. You're saying your search wasn't entirely thorough? You, the so-called winning rookie? Stop making fun of me. Eustace. Calm yourself. Breathe deeply. Do not allow your opponent to get under your skin. You're right. I'm a winner. Why should I let a third-rate loser like Edge worthless? Oh. Here, get under my skin. I'll thank you to leave my name out of this. Well, I'm Kay Faraday, and I'm A-OK. Not you two, please. Look, it's simple. Since my first-rate investigation didn't turn up any weapon, it means there wasn't one to find, which leaves only one possibility. The murderer took the weapon with him when he left the prison. That's why he couldn't find it when we looked, obviously. But what you are proposing is impossible. And this proves why the culprit couldn't possibly have taken the weapon out of the prison with them. the security gates. More memory trouble, Mr. Wayner. Now you're forgetting things you yourself said. Are you making fun of me again? Oh, so you remember what I said. But perhaps you might have been better served by remembering this. What's that? Wait, does he seriously not remember? It would certainly seem that way. There's a security gate at each of the entrances to the detention center at the prison proper. Coming from the prison, anyone leaving the facility would have had to have passed through both of them. Two gates, both fitted with metal detectors. Metal detectors. Wait, now I remember. Looks like he got his memory back. So as you can see, there is no way anyone could have taken a weapon out through both gates. And therefore, there is no way the murder weapon could have left the building. Grr. In which case, Mr. Edgeworth, perhaps you would care to tell us where you think the murder weapon might be. It is still here on the premises. That's the only plausible conclusion to be drawn. But we searched the prison from top to bottom and couldn't find anything. Because you were never going to find anything to begin with. Not when you were laboring under the misconception that it's a blade you were looking for. Yeah, we know the truth about what happened to Mr. Knight. We've seen it with our own eyes. That is quite a claim. I assume you have the evidence to support it. What is the weapon that was used to commit the crime? Take a look at this, Judge Gabelle, and the weapon used in this case will become clear. The dog. This is the footage taken from a security camera trained on Knight's holding cell. Now watch it for yourself and see. What? But how? This footage captures the moment the victim was attacked by a black dog. More than sufficient proof of how he really died, wouldn't you say? Oh, can I watch that footage? Damn. Yes, it is certainly significant. So now we know that Knight was in fact killed in the cell by a vicious dog. Why would they let you be able to just, like, watch it? That's stupid. A dog that moved the victim's body to the prison workshop post-mortem. We know this thanks to an eyewitness who saw the dog in the workshop when the body was discovered. Of course, I think we can all agree that there is no way the dog could have planned such a crime itself. I don't know. Could be a smart dog. Garbanzo could maybe get away with murder. I don't think he would, though. I mean, I don't think he'd do it. But he's pretty smart. I mean, he's learned from the best. Indeed, I fear it may be his handiwork after all. I don't know. I don't think it's him. I think it's the warden. That's quite enough of that, Mr. Edgeworth. Judge Gabelle, you are correct that this footage is an important piece of evidence. But it also raises an important new question. A question that I suspect you have also been asking yourself. She's right. There is one major problem with my version of the events. The black dog, the one that belongs to one of the inmates. How did it move between the holding cells and the prison proper at will? Oh! How do we answer that one, Mr. Edgeworth? The truth is, I don't know yet. Of course not. Can't it, Wonder Boy? You didn't even notice there was a problem. Until the defense provides an adequate explanation, the court cannot accept your line of logic. That is all. This court is adjourned. But, wait.
There's still so much more to explore. This isn't an open world game, Mr. Edgeworth. Court is no longer in session, Mr. Edgeworth. If you would be so kind as to leave the courtroom. Court was never in session to be in the first place. Once again, this court is a... We may not have all the answers yet, but you haven't explained everything either regarding Mr. Saint. What do you mean? Just as we don't yet know how the dog made it into one of the detention center's holding cells, you can't know how Mr. Saint could have made it inside the detention center, let alone the prison either. He would have been allowed as far as the visitor's room to see his friend, but no further. So it's hard for me to conceive how he could have committed a crime in a place he had no access to. Judge Gavelle, I believe it's your turn to provide some proof. Proof that Simeon Saint was able to enter the prison. You wish for the court to provide you with proof? Highly irregular, but very well. What? They actually have something? Now seems like a good time as any. I suppose you have been kind enough to share your own theories on the case. Is she building up here? Mr. Edgeworth, I suspect you don't know what Mr. Saint does for a living, so allow me to fill you in. He is a circus performer. A what? Yes, perhaps you've heard of the Very Big Circus? Oh, don't be silly, darling. Of course I was. Yesterday was a very important day, after all. Important in what way, exactly? A big meeting of some kind, perhaps? A meeting? Oh, heavens, no. I couldn't think of anything worse. No, yesterday the circus came to visit. I love the little guy on her shoulder. You see it now, I assume? As I am sure you are aware, a show was held yesterday for the prisoners' entertainment. A show featuring animals and performers, performed by members of the Very Big Circus. So, does that mean Mr. Saint? Yes, Mr. Saint was allowed inside the prison as part of that show. A fact that has been confirmed beyond reasonable doubt. Damn. Oh. She held on to that fact until the last possible moment. Are you new here, Edgeworth? It's like most cases. She let me run with my own theory, and only afterwards did she use it to reveal the truth. Wait. Butt out, Gavelle. I have him right where I want him. Forgive me, Eustace, but if I may, while the particulars of the suspect are indeed fascinating, don't we have something a little more impressive to share with the prosecutor? That must be why she steered him onto a different topic then, too. I got you good, didn't I, you third-rate prosecutor? This has nothing to do with you. Gentlemen, this court is well and truly adjourned. If I may offer a word of advice, Mr. Edgeworth. Your conduct as a prosecutor is already in question. You would do well to remember that you were removed from this case for that precise reason. What are you trying to say? That the committee reserves the right to confiscate your badge at any time. Should you wish to retain it, you would do well to avoid crossing paths with us again. Is that a threat? The goddess of justice is compassionate, Mr. Edgeworth, but she is not endlessly forgiving. Oh, and one last thing. You are no defense attorney. Abandon this foolish pretense. Thank you for your concern, but I do not abandon anything. What I start, I finish. Well, do try to remember that the two jobs are not one and the same, and that a defense attorney is expected to develop something of a bond with their client. Next time, finding out your client's real occupation might be a good place to start. Now, I really must be going. May the goddess of justice watch over you all. Damn, she did kind of get him on that one. So, Simeon lied to us. Not just you two. Guy took me for a ride too. What's his deal?
What did he say that he was? Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're not having second thoughts about all this, are you, Milesy boy? Sure, Judge Gavel is a tough cookie, but that doesn't mean you can just give up the ghost. The defense never rests, as a wise man once said. And that goes for associates, too. Don't worry, Fender. I've no intention of resting. Nevertheless, our assumption that Mr. Saint couldn't have entered the prison has been proven false. Which means we'll need to restart our investigation from square one, I'm afraid.
To be continued.
You withheld information from me. Why?
I didn't withhold anything, or at least I didn't mean to. Okay, so you are a member of the Very Big Circus, right? No, I mean yes, but no. I'm not really a member. I'm still new.
That's irrelevant. You're still a member.
Eep.
He's dead.
Let's try this again. Why didn't you tell us? Because it would have looked so suspicious, me being a performer in this circus show.
I mean, not particularly, like... I mean, if anything, you would have had an alibi.
And me being friends with Bronco. I thought that if anyone found out, nobody would believe I was innocent. Not even you, Kay.
I thought I'd made it clear that I believed in you.
But... When you stare at me like that, I get so terrified and also kind of turned on.
You're a real smooth operator, aren't you, Miles? Any other client scaring tips you want to share? You're really not helping, Fender. At this rate, it sounds like we really need to question him about everything all over again.
So what do you do at the circus, Simeon? I'm an animal tamer, kind of. I'm still learning the ropes. That's so cool. Do you get to train lions and tigers and bears and stuff? Lions, tigers, bears? Oh my, no. I work with this little guy.
Looks pretty tame already to me. So you're not exactly a tamer, more like one of those old-timey organ grinders.
Did you say grinder? Not now, money. I'm trying to... Oh, you little scamp.
What? Something tells me it's the organ grinder who's being monkeyed around. When we spoke to you, who let him bring the monkey in? We spoke to you before. You said you worked at a company.
I was telling you the truth. The circus really is a company. We all have titles on everything. The ringmaster's the CEO, and I guess you'd call me a gopher. I even have a line manager. She's head of the animal taming department. It's part of the showbiz division. She's such an inspiration. There isn't a creature in the world she couldn't convince to do her bidding.
Is Big Top Circus the same circus in the... what's it, the second or the third Ace Attorney game? With the circus murder? Or is this a different circus? Even Miles here? I'd like to see somebody whip him into shape. Phoenix does that already. I am not some kind of creature, Fender. So, this line manager, was she working with you on the show?
Yes. It was just us two. It wasn't all that big of a job compared to what we normally do. He's usually the one performing on stage. I just do all the monkey work. But I did have a bit part I did have a bit part this time. Is that might be a typo. Big part. So only 2 members of the circus are relevant to this case. Alright, talk me through your movements here at the facility. Sure, I came to see Bronco at around noon 2 days ago. And that was when you brought him the chess set? Yes, and that same evening I started work on setting up the stage in the yard. It was so hard. I had to haul everything in by myself over multiple trips. They let us use one of the rooms in the prison for storage. Workshop A, I think. That's where the murder was. Okay. Well, that's crucial information, because that would block out some time, right? Because, like, if Simeon was in there, they said the performance was from 8 to 10, right? It's not in here, but I do feel like I remember them saying that the performance was from 8 to 10. And they also said the victim's body had not been found at the time of the 7 a.m. roll call. So I mean, you would think that he would have seen... You would think he would have seen the body, right? Because it was like... It was definitely there. I mean, I was like probably moved, right? Because I think we established that, but... It does explain... It does shorten the time frame a little bit more. Did Sawit say when he said that he saw the body? He saw the body at like around the time when it ended though, right? So then okay, let me start over. So, okay, the prison roll call held 3 times a day, 7 a.m., noon, and 9 p.m. The victim's body had not been found at the time of the 7 a.m. roll call, which means that 7 a.m. the body was not there. Anytime before 7 a.m. the body was not there. Simeon went in to workshop A. Right, I assume he went in to store the stuff. So he would have definitely seen the body if it was in there. I guess that doesn't necessarily narrow the time frame down, does it? Because I mean, I guess it narrows it down a little bit depending on when he was last in there. Workshop A, where Knight's body was found. You mean your boss didn't help you? Oh no, I could never ask her to schlep all this stuff around. Like I said, the monkey works my job. Once it was all set up, we did a run through and it must have been, midnight by the time I left?
Oh, this was the day before. Right. Okay. I came to see Bronco at around noon 2 days ago. So then this is... Two days ago was 1 day before the murder. One day before the murder. From 7 a.m. to 12 midnight. He was like periodically visiting the storage room, right? Seems to be the case. So that doesn't necessarily clear his alibi at all. But I do think it's going to be important. Next morning, I was back and ready for the show, which started at 8 a.m. Then we performed till 10. Did he go in the storage room at any point that day? That would be important. That would be vital information. So Mr. Saint was the only one of the pair to have entered the room where the body was found. The knight's body was found immediately after the show had ended. They're not being super clear about if he went into that room or not. I think that that's deliberate. Do you have any idea why you were arrested? And why so quickly? Never seen a guy get booked so fast. Surely even Little Winter wouldn't just pull somebody in over on a hunch. Excuse me. Never underestimate the power of an underdeveloped intellect. I think I might know why. While he's moving all this stuff, I went to go see how he was doing. Bronco, I mean. You went to the holding cells on your own? Tell me you had permission. No, it wasn't a formal visit or anything, so I just sort of snuck over and hoped no one stopped me. But you'd seen him earlier that same day. Why take the risk? I've known him since we were kids, when both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, see, just like me. You know he'd be feeling lonely, that he'd want somebody to talk to, maybe to kiss, maybe to touch a little bit. So I had to go see him. You don't have any family? For a while I had my dad, but he passed away when I was a little kid. Losing one's father as a child, I know that pain all too well. Just like you and me, Mr. Edgeworth. There was nobody else nearby when you went to see him? No, the other holding cell was empty. I didn't see any guards. Well, somebody must have seen you or you wouldn't be in there. Oh no, I messed up so bad, didn't I? Well, I mean, you're in prison currently. So the assumption is that something happened while the two were alone together? At least I imagine that would be Winter and Judge Gabel's thinking. In any case, I think we'll need to speak to your boss next. Last I heard, she's supposed to be around today too, somewhere in the yard. Tell her I'm sorry, won't you? I'm so sorry. I can't believe I let this happen. Sure thing, Simeon. Don't regurgitate anything. We're here for you. If there's anything else we can do, just say the word.
But, I mean, there's nothing I can do for you in return. Ugh. You don't have to worry about that. We're friends. You know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club after all. All dadless bastards. Right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing, other than the person who passed himself. What's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you. And we will get you out of here. Well, what do we have here? A gosh darn defense attorney, that's what. Bravo, big guy. I can't believe I'm saying it, but you even reminded me of your old man for a moment there. I did? From the Book of Gregory. An attorney is a friend of the friendless. Send me and me bucko, this guy'll suffer any hardship for your friendship. Things are gonna be shiply amazing. I didn't realize Talk Like a Pirate Day had come early this year, Fender. But that's just the thing. You never know when a pirate will strike next. Anyway, kid, you want some candy? You know, things. Are those strawberries? The strawberry candies found in, like, the old people's houses? What are you doing with those? What the hell? I don't like sweet stuff. Oh, huh. Bummer.
I wouldn't mind a nice ship myself. Great Thief's Galleon for the Dread Pirate K. Yar har, me hearties. We'll sail the seven seas together and claim the greatest treasure of all, the truth.
Shiver me timbers, you two will be the death of me. Come on, let's sail for the prison yard. But no sea shanties on the way, please.
Do you like Kesha?
I love Kesha.
Okay, we'll play Kesha. Look, the shutter's open.
That's the way out to the yard, I believe.
Let's go take a look. Come on, what are we waiting for?
Someone's excited. So this is the famous yard. Whoops. The circus performance was taking place here just before the body was discovered.
Check it out. It's like the backdrop to some epic festival. Fortnite festival.
Most of the prisoners were assembled here when the body was discovered. Which means that anyone who saw the show has an alibi. Alright, time to take a look around. Okay.
Stop hitting me! Help, Mr. Edgeworth!
Cease and desist, you beast!
Ah! Somebody help! Ouch! Help me!
Stay, Azia, stay!
Who's that? Oh, you found a new friend to play with. Good for you, girl. Play with? Your elephant nearly ate me.
Oh, it's this girl.
No way. She'd never do a thing like that. He doesn't even bite. At least not very often.
So she does have a taste for human flesh.
How'd you like meeting a real-life elephant up close? Aren't you glad you did? Yeah, glad you didn't die. But you did have fun, right? Right?
There, sweetie, don't cry. She had a wonderful time, didn't you, Kay? Don't mislead the poor girl, Fender.
She did? Oh, I'm so happy.
Here, let me make it up to you. How about a hug? Yeah, keep your trunk to yourself.
Oh, another new friend. Isn't this just the best day ever?
I am Associate Defense Attorney Miles Edgeworth.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I haven't even introduced myself. I'm Regina. It's so nice to meet you. I'm Kay, Great Thief Extraordinaire and Mr. Associate Defense Attorney's Great Associate.
This self-introduction brought to you by the word convoluted.
And your elephant's newest friend is Mr. Fender, the defense attorney. Oh, she's not just an elephant. That's Azia, the Asian elephant. So, she's just any Asian elephant. Azia stopped the second you told her to. You really have a way with animals, Regina. Hee. Well, I wouldn't be much of an animal tamer if I didn't. What? Sir Simeon's boss? That's right, Regina Berry, head of the animal taming department, showbiz division, Berry Big Circus.
So it is the same circus.
It's so very lovely to meet all of you.
The pleasure's all ours, mademoiselle. Name's Eddie Fender. I'm a bit of an ace attorney. He said the name. So much for whipping me into shape.
Yes. Yes, she's perfect. I ship us.
What are you muttering to yourself about, Kay?
Positivity. That charisma. That energy. Regina, you make a perfect partner in crime for the great thief Yatagarasu. Great thief? That sounds like fun. My animals and I have stolen this spot like quite a bit in our time. Are you Canadian? That's the one thing we don't have to steal. Gotta keep it on the down low, all stealthy ninja-like. But where's the fun with that show? The down low sounds like it might get me down. Bummer. I think we've got a fundamental difference of opinion going on here.
It would indeed appear that negotiations have broken down. Maybe next time, Kay.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, let's get cracking. Too bad we can't see much of what's beyond that metal fence, though.
Indeed. We're in sore need of information in addition to evidence. Therefore, we should make an effort to talk with any persons of interest as well. Oh, it's Frank. A simple, sturdily built well. Wonder if it was the work of the prisoners.
Somebody's left a bunch of tools lying around. It's a long piece of rope and a pretty heavy looking weight. Let's see, it weighs 30 pounds. Oh, and there's some pulleys too.
Okay, can you stop touching everything in sight?
Like, come on. It's not like it was gonna take anything.
What exactly were they being used for, I wonder?
Oof. I'm so hungry.
Let's see what we have. Right, I have these like raspberry cream cheese cookies. They're so good, dude. Sorry, I'm feeling a little snacky. Interesting. I feel like they're bringing like a lot of like characters back on this one. I know they brought a lot back in the first one, but it feels like they're really They're bringing it home, which is cool. Like, I don't even remember. I don't even think about Frank Solid, dude, but he was like the OG. If they bring old characters back, they really do that. Yeah, for real. I remember like feeling like bummed out when like there barely were any returning characters in like the second trilogy, other than like Maya and Larry and a couple others. So it's cool to see them. Alright, what we got? This must be the stage for the show. You think people would be interested in a great thieving show? I'm sure the police would be very eager to attend. Ah, Mr. Attorney, sir. And how are you today, if you don't mind me asking? Today? We just talked to you early, Mr. Solid. Oh, heavens, I do apologize. Ever since I came to this place home, I came to call this place home, I've been working on my interpersonal skills, you see. In order to be as annoying as possible, I'm currently helping out with the circus show's stage teardown and cleanup. But if you have need of me, I'll do my utmost to help. I do love the... Y'all know those like cookies with the raspberry filling in the middle? Those shits are delicious, dude. That's kind of what these are. But they're like giant versions of that. I love raspberry. Underrated fruit, to be honest with you. I love those little fuzzy bastards. But they are a little expensive. I guess that's why they're underrated. But they're good. Raspberries are like one of the few fruits I feel like that it's really hard to get like a bad one, you know? Maybe it's just my experience, but like I feel like there are certain fruits where you're like, you know, like strawberries, for example. I love strawberries, but if you get like strawberries that are like not like super ripe, it just does not taste good. It's not the same. I'm just chipping in and doing what I can, model prisoner that I am. Yes, my stay in this prison has seen me reborn. The Frank Solid you see before is a changed man. A changed man? Who now targets the recently deceased and steals from dead people? And lies under oath? I guess it wasn't under oath, but... No, you misunderstand. That was just a moment of madness. A moment of madness? You're a disgrace to all thieves everywhere. You're right, of course. I can't deny it. I still have a long way to go. As a thief? Anyway, as you can see, I have a shiny new bracelet now. I cannot see that. So it's the straight and narrow for me. Like I say, I'm a model prisoner. Not that a real prisoner would need to keep telling me that. I'm doing everything I can to prepare for my eventual return to society. Yeah, you even skipped the show to focus on your training, didn't you? That's right. Only 2 inmates were absent, Sawt and Canis. Why didn't you tell us about Mr. Canis sooner? Ah, that. Look, I don't think there's an inmate in this prison who'd talk about him if they didn't have to. He's, well, you could say he's the real one in charge around here. You didn't hear it from me, but, well, I guess it comes with being the fixer. The fixer? Yes, anything you need, he will get it for you.
But how did you get away with it?
I'm not sure, but he's the only one who does. I heard he has a secret way of getting things into the facility. Bingo. So that would explain... That might explain the weapon. I imagine being the fixer affords Canis certain privileges. Not that I concern myself with such things anymore, of course. I'm far more interested in perfecting my mud pack application technique. And what are these mud packs exactly? They're a special type of mud treatment. The dude who had the polar bear friend, his name is J. Elbert. I think I remember you saying that. J. Elbert, yeah. Now that's not canon. It was John Carcerado, right? Rocco Carcerado. I guess it makes sense because he's like Italian, right? And that's like incarceration. Their special type of mud treatment. Rich with minerals, it works wonder on their coats. I've been practicing on the animals here in the prison. Hope to treat them all eventually. Speaking of mud, that reminds me of a certain piece of evidence. It's good, but I miss it. I get you. Maybe I should try presenting it to him. Okay. No, that's the rubber glove I dropped. Would you care to explain why it's so dirty? Of course. That's mud from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. I was giving one of the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened. I see. Around what time would this have been? Let's see. The show had already started, so around 9 a.m. perhaps. The thing is, the more mud I applied, the more in the zone I got. Auto-zone. And the darker the animal's fur became. There's no trance quite like the trance one enters when one slathers an animal with thick black mud. Sure, man. What's up, Moon? I think the stress of prison might be getting to him. Of course, it's all thanks to the warden that we have access to such wonderful distractions. I'm eternally grateful, truly I am. Okay. See you later, Frank. These chairs must have been for the audience.
Wow, I pity whoever had to put them all away.
Really? Why?
You clearly never had to fold up a bunch of boring chairs before, huh?
Not personally. I've told other people to do it, though. The lawyer dude whom is familiar with Edgeworth was Ray Shields. I think you said that one, too. I remember shit. Okay.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You gotta roll up your sleeves and help out once in a while.
I'll consider it. Bro, Edgeworth is such a pillow princess. I already see it, dude. He makes Phoenix do all the work in the bedroom. Such a noob. You're pressing the A button wrong. Oh my god. Dude, what the fuck? You're a terrible streamer. You're supposed to lightly press A. I like K just spinning around.
What the fuck?
Whee!
That big ass hair, dude. Okay. Can we go on the stage? No. 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 Nah. The power room. Or like the power bottom room, am I right, Edgeworth? This door appears to be locked.
Want me to open it? Can't guarantee anything, but I'll certainly give it a try.
No. If we deem it necessary, we will simply ask for the key.
Spoil sport. That could have been my chance to shine.
You're free to shine somewhere else, superstar, but you'll not make an audience out of me. Sparkle on, it's Wednesday.
It's not Wednesday.
Oh. Oh, that's right. I forgot to flip my little daily inspirational quote calendar. You know, every day you peel it off. You know when you go to like a doctor's office and you see like it's like a calendar. You peel it off and it's like a new inspirational quote. That's what I have. It's cool. I got it off of Amazon. An Asian elephant named Azia, and one of the very big circus's many animals. She certainly seems fond of petting humans based on what we've seen. Well, most humans.
You can't just glare at her like that, Mr. Edgeworth. She'll think you're trying to show her who's boss.
Are you telling me she thinks I'm one of her kind? You call me fat?
No, just that she respects you, I guess.
How comforting. A wicker basket, or rather a cart given the wheels.
Mmm, smells like animals.
I suppose they must have been using it to move things around.
Hey, wouldn't it be fun to hop in and race it down a hill? Ooh, you know what else would be fun? Racing down a hill on office chairs.
Where did any of this come from?
Hey!
Who are you shouting at?
Ponds like this usually have goldfish in them, right? I wanted to see if they'd come say hello.
I only see water striders.
Hey, water striders are cool. They can walk on water like ninjas. Whoosh, whoosh. Man, I wish I could do that.
So much for the goldfish.
Danger, high voltage. Never saw one of these in real life.
Aren't you a thief?
Hey, that must be the fabulous garden outside the warden's office over there.
Ah yes, Warden Lagarde mentioned being able to see it from her window on the detention center side.
Wish this dumb barbed metal fence wasn't in the way, though. I thought it was all one big yard.
Given how protective the warden seemed of her little bit of earth, I imagine it's to keep riffraff like us out. What's up? Who doesn't love a good circus performance, eh? A foray into the realm of fantasy. If the performance is a good one, it can certainly be entertaining, yes. Man, I'm getting pumped just thinking about it. A chance to escape reality, however brief, can often be a powerful tonic. You got that right. Doesn't it just make you want to hug something? Like the circus? Holding a show here, right in the shadow of the fence that keeps these guys in. Guess the magic of the big top is enough to make them forget that they're all in the same boat as the animals. The fence. I suppose I should examine it too. It is a part of this facility after all. Welp, we missed the show, but we still got the stage and all this other stuff to check out. He's right. I should also look over the show set and equipment, just in case something useful turns up. Chat over, huh? Don't exactly give a guy a lot to work with, Miles. Kid's really something, huh? Wish I still had a tenth of her star-eyed outlook. I suppose that's because her head seems to be up in the clouds. Right? She's so above it all that no one dares to go against her. Bet she doesn't even need to crack the whip with the animals. The eyes go from star to steely, and suddenly it sits day. I can think of somebody who very much enjoys cracking the whip. You can, huh? Sounds like a real piece of work. Come on, Miles Areno, spill the beans. Trust me, Fender, one crack of her whip and you'll be running for the courthouse doors. Bro, he low-key a freak. If you're the head of the animal taming department, you must be Mr. Saint Boss.
That's right. My dad founded the very big circus, but he passed away. He was murdered. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that. But we have a new ringmaster now. He's made the circus bigger and better than ever. He's such a nice man. He's a good friend of my dad's too. Oh, that's great. Lucky you. I know, right? It was his idea to set up departments like animal taming, magic, and ventriloquy. Only animal taming and ventriloquy have been more than one person right now. But the very big circus is getting bigger and better day by day. Sounds like you guys are really going places. Yeah!
They're getting on well. I'll leave them to it. No, just kidding. I have another question. Can you tell me about the show?
Oh, it's a wonderful thing. It even has a story. And not just any story. It's a love story. Baby, just say yes. Isn't that dreamy?
Sounds like a regular riot. So who's the star of the show? Let me guess. You?
No, you fucking idiot. That would be Azia. And she falls in love with none other than Regent the Tiger. It's a heart-rending saga of forbidden interspecies romance. Yeah, that's cool.
Whoa, Nelly. Heard of odd couples, but that takes the biscuit.
Oh, trust me, if you've read some of the AO3 fics I've read, you're no stranger to the... That's not all. There's a love triangle too. It's so romantic. Sounds pretty incredible, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
So the elephant is the heroine? Suppose there's a first time for everything. And who's the third wheel?
That would be the big old meanie who tries to tear our star-crossed lovers apart. Oh, what animal do you think it is, Mr. Edgeworth?
Given that it's a circus, perhaps a lion?
I think a raven, sorry. I think a raven would be cool, like the Yatagarasu. Nope, you fucking idiot. It's a sneaky monkey.
That's certainly lowered the stakes.
Oh, you mean money, right? Nope, I fucking don't even talk about the stupid fucking monkey. The role of the monkey is played by Simeon. Money is far too small to play against Azia and Regent, silly. Anyway, the evil villain tries to tear Azia and Regent apart. What will become of the fated twosome? It's so exciting, right? Wow, it sure is.
So Mr. Saint was more than just the little helper he claims to be.
Poor Simeon. What a fucking dumbass. It'd be terrible if he couldn't perform with us anymore. Although, I don't really give a fuck.
My dad's dead, by the way. Can you tell me about how you set things up for the performance?
Oh, that's not really my area. Simeon took care of all the lifting and carrying. He's such a sweetie. He offered to do everything by telling me to concentrate on the show. I did see him doing something near that well, though. We don't talk about the well. A well? I recall seeing one behind the stage. I should examine it in more detail. You should have seen him moving those huge cases around by himself. He's a total hero. Yeah, sounds like something he would do. Weeping all the while. He's going back and forth between the yard here and some sort of workshop with all the equipment. There's like a dead guy in it. I killed him. What? Nothing. The prison gave us special permission to use it for storage. But he was the only one who went down there, so I don't know much more than that. The workshop must be the one where Knight's body was found. I guess this confirms that Mr. Saint was the only performer to have gone into Workshop A. Well, this sucks. All we're getting is information that works against us. You have to help us, Mr. Attorney. We're all counting on you. Just leave it to us. He may not look it, but Mr. Edgeworth knows how to get things done. And what exactly is he may not look it supposed to mean? There you are. There you are. Regina Cupcake. Oh, Warden Lagarde. I've been simply dying to sit down for a chat, you exquisite little thing. Okay. Oh. Do you mind if I ask a little about the prison? Oh, not at all. This place is my pride and joy, my home. Sure, it was a prison when I first arrived, and it was awful and utter disgrace. Awful? I suppose you mean the prisoners were unruly? I most certainly do not. They're angels, every one of them. And they always have been. No, it was the ambiance that was awful. I fucking love the little creature, like, sticking his little paws out. I fretted, I brooded, and then it hit me. The animals. If anyone could brighten up the place, it was them. It is nice having them around. Isn't it just? And now look at my fabulous little family. Fox is amazing. I guess it is like a little Arctic fox. Why, my darling Frankie is the very picture of rehabilitation. Except when he's rifling through dead men's pockets. We have so many success stories among the family, but darling Frankie really is a marvel. He's thrown himself into his vocational training and always the first to volunteer for everything. What, and your other model prisoners don't do that? You struggle with that one? Oh, of course they do, my dear. Of course, they're all such triers, such doers. It's just that Frankie, let's just say he knows what's good for him. What exactly does she mean by that? Anyway, he's a very good boy, so do try to be nice to him, won't you? Loud, soaring music. Great leaping animals. The Berry Big Circus truly has it all. And everybody who comes here gets to see it once a month. Really? In that case, let me see. She'd better not be thinking of something to confess to. This monthly show. Is it always performed by the Berry Big Circus? But of course, sweetie. We don't have any other circuses in the Ace Attorney universe. I'm Regina's biggest fan. That girl's my little princess, my superstar. She's so wonderfully talented. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Did she just kiss that fox on the mouth? Yeah, she did. Oh, okay. And she's so adorable, so sweet, I could just gobble her right up. You're not lying when you say you're her biggest fan, huh?
Which is why I'm worried about her. So worried. It's all because of poor Simeon, you see. If he's found guilty, why, darling Regina will be devastated.
I don't really care.
Devastated. So you simply must make sure that doesn't happen, Mr. Lawyer. Please, I'm begging you. If there's anything I can do to help you clear up this awful misunderstanding, you let me know. Regina, darling, you put on the most splendid show for us yet again. The stage, the stars, and you in particular, my princess, it was simply divine.
That's so nice of you. I hope everybody else who watched enjoyed it too.
About that, dear, I'm afraid I have something awful to confess. There were some absences, you see, but we've taken care of them. They've been executed. She must mean Canison saw it. We were 3 members short. Unbelievable, I know. How will you ever forgive me? I'm sorry, but you're saying the 3 inmates didn't attend the show? That's right, sweetie. I counted the seats myself, sniffed them too. 1, 2, 3 no-shows. And I always make sure there are enough seats for everybody.
But Mr. Edgeworth, that's not right, is it?
Indeed, as far as we were aware, Mr. Canis and Mr. Sawt were the only ones not present. This doesn't add up. Who is the 3rd missing prisoner, and what were they doing? Seems we need to investigate further. Oh, I was enjoying my chat with dear Regina so much I almost forgot. I must feed the little one. Little one.
Yikes.
Oh my god.
Alligator.
You're looking as adorable as always, Allie, my sweet.
Oh, she's so pretty. And what a cute name.
Yes, Allie the alligator. Isn't she a darling? So original.
She's my...
Oh, she's my favorite, aren't you? Yes, you are. Fox is like, what about me, bitch?
I'm so jealous. Can I pet her?
Of course, princess, of course.
Well, there goes my arm.
Boy, howdy. These two were made for one another. They look like they'll be busy for a while.
Maybe we should go back inside the prison and check the cells?
Yes, let's... Perhaps we can find a clue there as to who our 3rd missing prisoner might be. March 20th, 4:02 p.m. Prison corridor.
Sir, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. I caught up with you.
Detective, you're not needed elsewhere?
No, the judge and the kid aren't here yet. Oh, I got your message.
So you searched the victim's cell? Did you manage to turn anything up?
Oh no, it was the message about your Postmates order. Turns out they don't sell the Chipotle sauce anymore. So they put honey Dijon mustard instead.
What?
Also, we struck gold, sir. Well, blood anyway. It was right there on the floor. Only in tiny specks though, but at least it's something. Yeah, proves that the holding cell was the scene of the crime, right?
Not quite. It proves a possibility, but it's not conclusive yet.
I thought you'd say that, sir, which is why I ordered some follow-up work. I asked forensics to analyze the blood and see if it matches the victim's. They're on it as we speak. Nice work, Gummy. You thought of everything.
Detective, I must say I'm impressed. Did you hit your head or something?
No, it's just that you're playing the defense attorney, so I'm a lot better of a help. 'Cause you know that's usually what I do. Gee, don't look so surprised, sir.
I just hope things continue to go in our favor. Alrighty, so that's proof that the murder happened in the detention center.
And for our next trick, we'll find out how the dog got over there. What the dog doing?
What the dog doing indeed.
Don't worry, you can leave that one to me. Until the kid and his chaperone get here, we've got the whole prison to ourselves. Which is why I brought my secret weapons along. Secret weapons? That's right, a fully automatic assault rifle. A few tools of the trade that have helped me bust more than a few cases wide open. Behold, the 7 secret weapons of Dick Gumshoe, Ace Detective Extraordinaire. He just like starts levitating with his arms like held out and like 7 objects floating around him. How are you doing that, Gumshoe? I don't know, sir. Help!
Well, I don't know about you, crazy cat, but I'm sold. Miles? Very well, detective. We'll try using your secret weapons.
You got it, sir. Let me run you through the list. Secret weapon number 1, my trusty old metal detector. If it's made of steel, silver, or scrap, this little guy right here will find it.
So it detects metal. Very good, detective.
Next up, secret weapon number 2, Missile, everyone's favorite crime-fighting canine. Can tag pretty much any scent you put in front of him, especially food. He sure is a lot cuter than Mr. Canis's dog. And now for secret weapon number 3, where did I put it? Aha!
My one snapper short of a school, or is that a fishing rod? Don't tell me we're going fishing for clues.
No? I mean, just happen to have it with me is all.
I see. Well, onwards and upwards, detective. Let's see what else you have.
Okay, over here I have a toilet paper roll. Sometimes I like to put it up at my mouth and I go like because you know I don't have any like other stuff that I can do at home, so that's just kind of what I do most nights. I also have a plastic fork in case, I don't know, if you're hungry you can then, you know, because I'm always like, what, where are the forks? And then I'm like, wait, I have that one plastic one. I keep reusing it, so that's pretty cool, right? What else? I got a piggy bank that looks like the pig from Toy Story. That's pretty cool. I got that one from my uncle when I was a kid. Big fan of Toy Story, by the way. It's like one of my favorite movies. Enough. That's all she wrote, sir. Gummy, you're 4 secret weapons short of your so-called 7. One of them was a fishing rod. Sorry, but that's all for today, okay? I forgot how to count. I'll show you the rest next time. What do you think? Why do you think I'll call them secret? I can't just go sharing everything at once. That's crazy. Find my 7 secret weapons. 7 secret tools. I'm like Slender Man, except like not in every way.
In that case, then I suppose the 3 you've deigned to reveal to us will have to do for now.
Alright, which one would you like to try, sir?
I'm thinking the fishing rod we could use in the pond. Let's give that fishing rod a try.
You got it, sir.
There's a pond in the prison yard. We may find something helpful lurking in the depths.
Yes, sir. Leave it to me.
What's the matter, detective?
You're not gonna believe this, sir, but I had something big for a moment, and then it took off with the bait and my fishing rod. There's a real whopper lurking in those waters.
Come to think of it, there's an alligator living in that pond. You think to tell him? Probably shouldn't tell a detective that he nearly lost more than just his secret weapon.
Looks like the fishing rod won't be much use, sir. Let's try something else. You got it, sir. Hey, Missile. Here, boy. Oh, you really came. So what are we tracking? We're trying to find out how Mr. Kenneth's dog got to the holding cells in the first place. I suspect the same route was used to bring Knight's body back to the prison. So we give the pooch a sniff of the body. And he'll find that route for us. Does anything else smell something sweet? Oh, that's me. I just postmated a little Chick-fil-A. What? And you didn't give me any? Why is everyone postmating? All I smell is the odor of blood. It's faint, sir, but it's there, almost like a cake, maybe? With the body's smell of cake. Okay, miss'll get a nose full. Here we go, follow that dog. That's the way to... He's headed for the maximum security. Uh-oh, he's going in. We'll just have to follow after him. Oh, he's not in there. This is Candace's cell, though the man himself is absent, it seems. Is he meeting with someone in the visitor's room? Do you think Missil's onto something? Shh. Looks like maybe he is. Is there something here? Let's get snooping, Mr. Edgeworth. Cookies. Oh. Tea and rice crackers. Mr. Canis clearly doesn't lack it for comforts. I can think of worse ways to spend my life in jail than drinking tea and playing chess. Now this is maximum security, not maximum comfort. Reminds me of the guy in JoJo's Part 5 that was like the guy that was in the prison. How come nobody gets the special treatment? How come nobody else gets the special treatment? Complaining to me isn't going to help. Perhaps you could take it up with the man himself. Yikes. No thanks. Oops. Mr. Canis's chess set, complete with his special dog piece. That's not a chess set, that's a whole chess table with legs. Looks like it might be worth something too. It's not inconceivable, some of them are. This is quite a nice one. Never would have pegged Mr. Canis as a chess fan, though. With the whole Eastern aesthetic he's got going, I thought he'd be more into Go. Go, huh? Can you play? I can play Go Fish. Not the same thing, Kay. Not even close. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, that chisel on the floor is a bit smaller than the others. I'm no wood. Sorry, I had a stroke. I'm no woodworker, but perhaps it's an all-purpose one that can be used in a pinch regardless of the job. Dude, I remember I was like in a woodworking class in high school. I was so bad with those chisels. There were multiple times where I'd like let the chisel slip and then it would like dig into my skin. And it does not feel good. That shit was so bad. I remember I had to like ask my mom to like give me some band-aids because I was like, there is a chance that I might just like cut my hand off today, you know. it was not fun. An all-purpose pocket chisel. Makes sense. Always nice when your tools are useful and easy to carry. Is that your opinion as a thief? Nope, it's my opinion as a great thief. I walked into that one. Mr. Candace's chisels are one a potential murder weapon. That reminds me of something. The furrows in your brow. The furrows in your brow. When you frown, it looks like somebody took a chisel to your forehead. I have no idea what you mean. See? They're so deep. Don't tell me you don't see it, Mr. Wood-carving face. Have you quite finished? Hmm? What's the matter, boy? Wait, is this cake what you were after? You can't eat that. Whoa, down, boy. Stop that. No, you can't have it. Dogs can't eat chocolate. You know that. If you won't behave, I'll just have to eat it myself. Not bad. That's some real outside the chocolate box thinking there. Not sure everybody agrees, though. Gummy, I wanted some. Daring of you both to assume the food in a prison is safe to eat. Well, daring or dumb. So anyway, looks like it really was cake Mitchell was tracking. Talk about a waste of time. I suppose we got our just desserts. But the little guy's definitely capable, right? Sure he is. This was just a blip. He'll follow the right scent this time, I promise. Seek, boy. Oh, I think he's on to something. Whatever it is, it's in there. Hmm? Mr. Carserado's cell. You need to take a look inside. Detective, call the guard. Yes, sir. Thank you, officer. A question before we begin. Is the prisoner, Mr. Carcerado, still in solitary? No, sir. He came back a little while ago. And he was here for the noon roll call. Guess he must be on work duty someplace. I see. Now, if you would be so kind to open his cell. Yes, sir. Oh, he hates the warden. So how many minutes do you think this timer is for, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, Mr. Carcerado is a boxer, so 3 minutes would be my assumption. Same as the length of a round of boxing. Psst, thanks for playing, but the correct answer is kind of maybe about 2 minutes. Why? I'm not beating the femboy allegations. What's up, Wonky? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Oh wait, I don't have that one. You guys do, though. Oh. I do have that. Why? Because there's a crack in it, and a bit of sand spilled out. Nerf. It hurts so much when she's right. No way. He has a poster of himself. And right next to it is... Looks like he never lost the habit of making weight for a fight. Once a boxer, always a boxer, I suppose. Little context, you remember the girl I was telling you that called me a wannabe femboy? Yes. Yes, I do. Yes, I am. You guys remember that, do you guys remember the guy who, like, was, like, caught driving without a license on, like,
like in court. He's like, "Sir, are you driving?" "Yes, I am." This is insane. You are being tried for driving without a license. And here you are in the Zoom call driving. I just love how confidently he's like, "Yes, I am." I gotta pull that up. She sent me an outfit, and I was like, "Yeah, I'll humor this." So now there's a picture of me wearing thighs and a skirt, and she sent it to everyone. Now, why the hell do you do that? She set you up, bro. She freaky too. That's crazy. This is one of my favorite things in the world. If you haven't seen this, you're in for a treat.
Mr. Harris, are you driving?
Actually, I'm pulling into my doctor's office, actually. So just give me 1 second. I'm parking right now.
Wait. You stationary?
I'm pulling in right now at this second. Yes, I am.
All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we are respectfully requesting an adjournment in this matter, up possibly 2 to 4 weeks if the court would allow.
Okay. So maybe I don't understand something. This is a driving while license suspended,
That is correct, Your Honor.
and he was just driving. And
Slow realization.
a license.
Is with the charges, Your Honor, yes.
No, I'm looking at his
Yes.
record. He doesn't have a license. He's suspended and he's just driving.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Hello?
Hello.
1 minute, Mr. Harris.
I don't even know why he would do that. So defendant's bond is revoked in this matter. Defendant is to turn himself into the Washington County Jail by 6 p.m. today. Failure to turn himself in will result in a bench warrant with no bond.
Why did he do that? What was even the thought process? To this day, I still cannot believe that. There was like a follow-up because I think he ended up claiming this was all like a setup or something, and then the judge looked further into it and it turned out like he It was not a setup. He indeed did not have. He did indeed have a suspended license because he tried to claim that he didn't have one and that this was all just like a setup. But turns out he lied. He's a liar. My booty hurt. My booty. I chipped my nail. Ow. My nail. Eepy. I see he also has quite the collection of supplements. Muscle protein, hustle protein, bustle protein, soul crushing protein, penis enhancing protein. Yeah, that's a lot of protein. Surely nobody trains like this for nothing. This punching bag. This punching bag has certainly seen some use. What breed were you again, Missile? Sure it wasn't a boxer? The one time you go live earlier, I fall asleep. Oopsies. No way. No way indeed. Quickly, detective, move the sandbag aside. I got a burp inside of me that I can't get out. Hey, sir. Oh. A hole. Could this be? Whoa there, wait. Looking forward to the stream too. Oh. That's alright. I'm still going for a little while. Whoa there. Wait, Missile. I'm going in too. Wait, stop. Sure, I'll go get her. Oh, that's tight. Shouldn't have eaten that cake. He's gone. Oof. Mr. Edgeworth. A burp, drink something carbonated and it'll all come out. I don't want to open a whole can of soda though, just to burp. I only have like 4 left. Your boy is broke. Well, I'm not going in there. Guess we'll just have to wait. You're just gonna leave him in there? Yes. Hello? Okay, are you alright? You're not gonna believe this. But we're in the detention center. The detention center? That hole, it's a tunnel that leads right into Mr. Knight's cell. What? Don't go anywhere. I'm on... what? What? Don't go anywhere. I'm on my way. Struggle is real. I have like $2 to my name. They increased the price of the off-brand soda by 50 cents. What am I gonna do with my life, dude? Okay. Hey there, Mr. Edgeworth. Guess you could say we made a breakthrough. No, not that one. There we go. Quite. At least they came out unscathed, I think. Sure, the floorboards under the bed were torn up. Yo, Gumshoe, chill out with that back arch, bro. So that's how they did it. There's no doubt we didn't search the floorboards. Maybe the stretch wonky. Oof, and for the hydrate.
Oof. Stretching it out. Oh my god.
The fuck? What just happened?
Sorry, my chair, like, made a concerning sound. Did something break? I feel lower. I feel lowest. There we go.
Oof. Jeez. Jesus. Sorry. Okay. I think we're good. Scared the hell out of me, dude. So my life flashed before my eyes. I haven't opened my messages all day. I have like 40 unread things. Just take it bit by bit. 40 unread messages is crazy, dude. The corridor connecting the detention center and the prison is locked down by heavy security doors. With the help of this tunnel, it can be circumvented. It was a sweet scent that started this whole search. Could it be the scent was in fact coming from Knight's body after all? Incidentally, Knight's body was covered in dirt that might have come from being dragged through the tunnel. Okay, what was it like down there? Well, it was pitch black, so I couldn't see a lot. Half these people never messaged me, so I know it's the situation. Oh, damn. Luckily, my camera has a flash, so I took some pictures. Then let's see what you've captured. Look at that. Spoons, a fork? Guess they were for digging the tunnel. That aside, are those footprints? Paw prints even, from a dog perhaps? I didn't think it was very funny. I'm already awkward. Oh, I'm sorry. That's fucked up that she did that. This is a vital piece of evidence. However, it begs something of a question. It does? Mr. Carcerado has certainly been making use of this tunnel, which means... Detective, we need to find out where Mr. Carcerado is immediately. My suspicions are correct. Huh? Aw, nuts. It's not like I can say, oh yeah, that's not me. My face is literally in the picture, man. I feel like this... I don't even want to, like, say, like, it's not fair that you were... That she didn't really get your consent, to, like... to show people those pictures, you know? Just because she like got you an outfit doesn't mean that if you're not comfortable with people seeing that, that to me is really fucked up. The guards were alerted and they began searching for Mr. Carcerado right away. After a thorough investigation of both the prison and the detention center, he was nowhere to be found. I get her back. Okay. Gotta own it at this point, but also don't let people walk over you like that. She can't be doing that to nobody. Yeah, I agree. Because I feel like she'll make the excuse that like, oh well, I got this outfit for you. It's like, well, that doesn't matter. If you didn't consent to like having your picture spread around, like that to me is weird. And also like that, I don't know. To me, if somebody did that to me, I would probably not be their friend anymore. That's just me. Well, have the police been notified? Yes, ma'am. We just finished liaison. Is it liaising? The action of liaison? Liaising? We just finished liaising with them a moment ago. They've set up a cordon around the entire facility. Good. Oh, the first blemish on a prison's spotless reputation is always the ugliest. It won't happen again, ma'am. Another different warden in regard to the one we've seen so far. Mr. Edgar is doing a racist Chinese impression. What? Mr. Edgeworth, was it? I really can't thank you enough for finding that tunnel, darling. Sadly, it may have been too little too late. Seems he might have already left the building. What's up, Darkness? I'd say that's unlikely, Warden. After all, there's a security gate at the exit to the detention center. You're not suggesting he simply walked through it? What's to say there was only the one tunnel, sweetie? I suppose that's true. Well, whatever the case, this is no time to be standing around chit-chatting. Mr. Edgeworth, would you mind continuing with your investigation? It would be my pleasure. And you three can get back to your posts. Yes, ma'am. Detective, the results of the blood test just came back from the lab. Thanks, pal. Let's see what they have to tell us about the blood found in the night cell. And it said she... we're doing some detective work? Hell yeah, we are. When I said she, like, personally sent it out, that wasn't true. I'm just a little annoyed. It was more like a domino effect, if that makes sense. So she sent it to someone, and then from there, it eventually got full-on leaked, if that makes sense. I'm sorry about it. No, that's okay. That still doesn't make it right, though. I feel like sending it to anybody, like, if I'm sending somebody a picture of myself, you know, and it's like potentially scandalous, or even just something that like I'm embarrassed about, you know, the expectation is that like they're gonna keep it private, right? So even if they send it to like one person, to me that's still like breaching a boundary, you know. Obviously, like, it's up to you what you do about it, but like, I'm just saying, like, I'm just trying to validate you, you know. Like, I feel like that's a very shitty thing to do. Let's see what they have to tell us about the blood found in Night Cell. What does it say, Mr. Edgeworth? They've identified the blood, and it's Knight's. Okay. Nice job, everybody. Teamwork makes the dream work, huh? We've got Knight's blood in his holding cell, a tunnel a dog clearly went through, and security footage showing Knight being attacked by the dog in his cell. Case closed. We have all the evidence we need. Let's see what Mr. Canis has to say for himself. Canis? Oh, darlings, are you sure? Do be careful around him, won't you? I guess I'm just a femboy now. I don't know if it works like that. He's as well connected on the outside as he is in here. I suppose he would have to be. How else would he be called how else would the so-called fixer stay in business? The police have been trying to track down his accomplices for the longest time. Even I've had to lend them a hand myself, you know. So that's what that was all about. You're still on talking, ma'am? Even with the evidence you borrowed from the precinct? No, and I've tried so many times, I've lost count. What am I supposed to do? I can't send in a blank report. I guess a killer for hire was always going to be a tough nut to crack. You borrowed evidence from the police to help with your investigation, is that correct? Why, yes, sweetie. Everything related to Canis is with me now. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled the secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me. But no matter what I say or how much evidence I present him with, he simply won't say a word. Just looks at me with that weird face and oblong head. A prison warden conducting interrogations herself. That's irregular, to say the least. Let your guard down and he'll devour you whole. Be careful, darlings. You have been warned. Is that the guy from Street Fighter? I mean, it is Capcom. Hoo-wee. And here I thought things couldn't get any spicier. I don't know why I just did that. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to do a lot of voices here, aren't I? Judge Gavel, I didn't expect to find you here. We have been conducting enquiries, which, given that we are in charge of the investigation, is hardly strange. What is strange is that you are still here, Mr. Edgeworth. I gave you a warning, did you not? Did I not? Watch out, Edgeworth. He's got a turtle. I told you that your badge was at risk, should our paths cross again, and yet, here you are. I am sorry that you thought that I might be so easily discouraged, Your Honor. But I am not about to let the truth slip from my grasp, no matter what you or the committee might say. I am here to present a certain someone with evidence that you yourselves should have uncovered. You have more business with me, I take it, Mr. Edgeworth. I do. I promised I would be back to prove that you were the killer, and here I am. This should be amusing. Very well. Whenever you are ready. Not so fast. We have some truths of our own to share. First-rate deductions, in fact. Indeed. We are now more certain than ever that Simeon Saint was the murderer. And that only he could have moved Mr. Knight from his holding cell to the prison proper. We shall prove this to you beyond a shadow of a doubt. But first, a question. Are you quite determined to continue on this course, Mr. Edgeworth? Should you fail to rebut our deductions, there will be no going back. Your very career hangs in the balance. What? You mean you'll take his badge if you don't like how this goes? That's intimidation. My attack went down. Or defense? Or whatever. It's been a minute since I played Pokemon. You literally did a Nuzlocke 2 weeks ago. Not at all. If anything, I am showing him mercy. This is not Mr. Edgeworth's case. It never was. And I am under no obligation to hear him out. Got it right the first time? Oh. I still got it. If he is prepared to accept the potential ramifications of his actions, he will die. I will allow him one last chance. Well, are you truly willing to take the risk? To put your beloved badge on the line? Mr. Edgeworth. Sure.
I accept your terms. I am confident of my reasoning, and what's more, I am representing the firm of Edgeworth & Co., and I do not intend to besmirch its name. My duty will be done, and I will not be intimidated. My attack will not go down. Very well. Let us see whether you are brave or simply reckless. By the power vested in me by the almighty goddess of justice. Let this judgment commence. Eustace, if you allow me. Fine by me. He's all yours, Gabelle. Welcome back. How Knight wound up in the prison proper. You were aware of the incident involving Mr. Knight the day before yesterday, I assume? He assaulted an innocent guard and stole his keys. Later, in the middle of moving a large animal cage, Mr. Saint stopped by Mr. Knight's cell for a little visit. That's when Mr. Knight stole out of his cell, using the keys he'd stolen. He'd slipped into the cage, and there he hid as he was wheeled to one of the prison workshops. It figures she was going to bring up Mr. Saint going to Knight's cell. Yesterday, after you so kindly made us aware of the security camera footage, we decided to take a look at it ourselves. Perhaps you would like to see what we found. This is a still from the footage we received. Mr. Saint speaking with Knight at his cell. Correct. You will also notice that he has positioned the cage in such a way to obscure the camera's view. It is this blind spot that Mr. Knight exploited in order to enter the cage undetected. A sound deduction based on what can be observed, wouldn't you say? A blind spot, which means that the camera wouldn't have been able to capture the moment Knight entered the cage, if he did at all. They could have also, like, exchanged something. That's what I thought they were gonna mention, but... So it's still possible that he didn't actually leave his cell at this point. I don't get it. Why would Mr. Knight want to hide in the cage? There was really only one possibility. He is kinky AF. He intended to escape. The prison break? That's so cool. Mr. Carcerado, Mr. Knight, everybody's doing it. I have to step up my game. Okay, now it's not really the time. Mr. Carcerado's escape is no laughing matter. It is my belief that Miss Saint helped Mr. Knight with his escape attempt. That is to say, he was his accomplice. Wow, way to go, Simeon. That wasn't a compliment. I understand that the cage was briefly taken to one of the workshops. I imagine that had things gone to plan, Mr. Knight would have remained in the cage until after the show, and then removed from the premises along with the rest of the circus's equipment. Unfortunately for Mr. Knight, Mr. Saint had other ideas. He killed his friend in cold blood. Judge Cabell's argument seems reasonable, but there must be a fault in her logic somewhere. Go eat something. I'm going to find it. That OST makes me... It sounds like the default Twitch sound effect. The Twitch notification sound effect. You have no food again? Damn. Ugh. Do 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 do. Okay. You were aware of the incident involving Mr. Knight the day before yesterday, I assume. Assaulted an innocent guard and stole his keys. Do we really know that, though? Have milk?
All we know is that they were attacked by a dark form. We don't actually know if it was him. Do you have any proof that Knight stole the keys? I can think of no other reason for him to carry out such a brutal attack. Once the guard he assaulted regains consciousness, I am sure he will confirm our suspicions. I wouldn't be so sure. And beans? Perhaps I should press her further. Oh, yeah. Sorry, but I believe there's a flaw in your reasoning. If Knight had the keys, there was nothing to stop him from leaving whenever he wanted. Why wait for Mr. Saint? There was no need, surely. He chose the option he deemed most likely to succeed. He stole the keys and hid them somewhere, and then waited for an opportune moment to present itself. He hid the keys. Afraid you might have made an uncharacteristic oversight, Your Honor. Mr. Knight wasn't hiding any keys. That has been proven already. And this is the piece of evidence that proves Knight didn't have any keys. The keys themselves? Oh, wait. No. Is it the security gates?
Take that! Hold it!
Hold it! Do 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 do.
Was it Knight didn't have any keys? His body? His body yaddy yaddy? That's the judge? Yes, in this case. Usually the judge is an old bald man with a long beard. I say, I'm used to old, mean people. Guard was attacked and his keys, including the one in Knight's cell, were stolen.
Take that!
Okay, so it was the keys. Since you know about the incident, I assume you must already know this, but after the assault, the guards searched both Knight and his cell, and no keys were found. And if the whereabouts of the keys cannot be proven, then neither can your theory.
I have considered the matter of the missing keys, and I do not think it is such an issue. I still believe he had them. After all, the guards only stated that they were unable to locate them. And this is because they were cleverly hidden inside the pocket chess set.
Knight's chess set. The same set in which the murder weapon was also allegedly hidden.
Was it? I can't help but wonder about that. What? But you're the one who proposed it.
Actually, if you recall, it was Eustace's assertion. So the two of them aren't of one mind on this, I take it.
Allow me to restate the facts. Sir Knight hid the keys he stole from the guard inside his chess set.
Wait, we're still on this case? Yo, these cases are long, yeah. Yeah, these cases usually take us like a good 2 streams to get through. I mean, I think we're almost done with it, though.
Mr. Knight hid the keys he stole from the guard inside of his chess set. When Mr. Saint came to see him, Mr. Knight used the keys to open his cell and climbed inside the cage. He was then moved from his holding cell to that workshop in the prison proper, all with the help of his friend and accomplice. Had things gone according to plan, he would have been taken out of the facility after the show. But they did not. Instead, his accomplice murdered him while the show was taking place in the yard. But Mr. Saint was a part of that performance. How would he even have time to commit the murder? How indeed? Allow me to explain. As you know, many stage performances follow a set narrative. Yesterday's show was one such example. She's done her homework, I see. The suspect played the role of the antagonist opposite the elephantine heroine of the show. In the latter part of the performance, the heroine's love prevails, and the villain is defeated. This victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage by the heroine. He's sent flying by the elephant? Isn't that dangerous? Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain no longer appears in this performance. In other words, the suspect did not appear on stage for a period of approximately 15 minutes. And you're saying the crime took place during that time? Yes, I'm afraid so. After all, it's more than a sufficient window, wouldn't you say? Committing the crime and returning to the stage in that short 15-minute window is only possible, assuming that the murder took place in the prison proper. But in fact, Your Honor, the real scene of the crime was Knight's cell. I seem to remember telling you that I would not accept that part of the security footage into evidence. And you won't have to. I have proof of a different kind. Very well. Would you be so good as to present it? What proof do you have that the murder took place in the victim's holding cell? Is it the hole? What proof do you have that the murder took place in the victim's holding cell? The wiped floor. This appears to be a photograph of a floor. Almighty goddess of justice, grant me patience. That floor you're so dismissive of, Your Honor, has traces of Knight's blood on it. Traces, you say? Is this evidence reliable? After all, I don't believe you have access to the necessary forensics operatives. I have my resources. A certain blunt instrument, you might say, but a reliable. What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck?
What the fuck?
The detective, how very unfortunate for him. Perhaps before you decided to circumvent the law, you might have considered that the committee's influence extends to the police. Oh no, now Going's badge is on the line too. Ah man. Snap. Forgive me, Detective. I didn't mean to put you at risk as well. I will enter the fact that Mr. Knight's blood was found in the holding cell into evidence. However... Bad luck, idiot. You're really on the edge now, Mr. Worthless. Mr. Winner, I'd forgotten you were there. It was nice while it lasted. I just butted in to tell you that your entire argument is one big inconsistency. You showed us camera footage of a dog killing Mr. Knight in his cell. Are you saying the mutt also wiped the blood up before it left the scene? Uh-oh. What other tricks can it do, huh? A blood-wiping dog? You're a joke. You'd have wiped that blood up, wouldn't you, boy? Yes, Helmet, yes, you would. What? That was one of the tricks I taught him before our work together was so rudely cut short. He's a very tidy boy, you know, never misses a drop. It wouldn't do to leave any evidence after all.
saved by an assassin of all people. Jeez Louise, you could have just taught the little guy to shake hands. Oh, he does that marvelously too. Although the way I taught him to do it is somewhat unorthodox. First, he bites down hard on the victim's hand, then... La 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 la, I'm not listening. I see. Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. It seems you may have gathered some evidence worth considering. Your understanding is much appreciated. Wait, I'm not done yet, and I just thought of something else. Overruled. Oh boy, somebody's taken no prisoners. Eustace, would you be so kind as to allow me? All yours, Gazelle. Well, do you accept the truth now? The crime took place in Knight's holding cell, and the assassin's dog was the killer. My position is the same as it was yesterday. Until you can explain how the dog moved between the prison and the detention center, I cannot accept your theory into evidence. I thought you might say that, which is why I'd like to show you something else. This piece of evidence shows how the dog could freely travel between the prison and the detention center. The tunnel. This is... It's a secret passageway. It runs beneath the prison. What? The secret passageway? It was dug by one Mr. Rocco Coserato, escapee. It leads from his prison cell to a certain holding cell in the detention center. Yes, the very one where the victim was being held. Well, this is certainly a surprise. To think that it was beneath our feet this entire time. Mr. Canis, you knew of this tunnel, didn't you? Because it's the same tunnel that was used to carry out the murder. In the name of the goddess of justice, overruled! Mr. Edgeworth, you are out of line. How so, Your Honor? Evidence is everything, whether in a court of law or at the scene of an investigation. Isn't that your little catchphrase? Well, it just so happens that I have some evidence of my own. Bronco Knight's autopsy report. His autopsy report? When did we get that? How do you not know you had it? The police handed it to me only a short while ago. The findings are still preliminary, but it has something of value to tell us nonetheless. The goddess of justice speaks to us through these pages, Mr. Edgeworth. Cause of death, stab wound to the throat, and the weapon is said to be a sharp blade of some sort. It seems the victim was stabbed repeatedly in the same spot, resulting in an ugly wound. As such, the police have yet to identify the exact shape of the weapon. But its overall nature seems to be beyond question. It is a bladed metal instrument. In light of this evidence, do you truly wish to continue with your flight of fancy? Or will you now claim that the dog used a knife instead? But that's impossible. That will be all. This court is adjourned. But the tunnel, the paw prints. What of them? Helmut is something of a wanderer. Perhaps he just happened to cross this tunnel one day. Although I couldn't say for certain. I myself cannot wander quite so freely. That would be quite a coincidence, but I can't prove it's not the case either. She sure knows how to keep a secret, huh? Kinda wish she'd kicked us in the teeth a little earlier with that. Or kicked me in the balls. Mommy? Get yourself together, Fender. She was baiting. I wish she would bait me, am I right? Edgeworth, stop. Stop it. She was baiting me, waiting for the perfect moment to crush me with that autopsy report. I wish she would Enough!
and I fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. You are lead attorney for the defense, correct, Mr. Fender? This is the interim autopsy report in question. The interim? Not interim? I do apologize for the delay. Yeah, no sweat. Thanks for hooking us up. We should hook up. Oh, it is interim. I think there was a typo. The interim report suggests that the cause of death was a stab wound to the neck inflicted by a sharp blade. Death was instantaneous. Okay, well, we already knew that last part. Yep, this all checks out. Yep, favorite color is blue. Mr. Fender, a handshake is not necessary when receiving official court documents, you know. So please feel free to let go of my hand. It's not a holy relic after all. Was just trying to be friendly, Your Honor. Had you lingered a moment longer, the goddess of justice would have spoken to you through my gavel, and your hand would have perished into dust. Alright, I got it. Nice work, Gavel. Just like we planned it. Shut up, Twink. I did only as you instructed, Eustace, but thank you. This report came from the police. I have no choice but to accept its legitimacy. But if the dog didn't kill Knight, then what? Then that takes Canis out of the running. The goddess of justice speaks to me, Mr. Edgeworth, and she is merciful. She tells me that you might yet keep your badge if you will finally abandon this fruitless quest. What's our move, sir? I think she really means it this time. What do you think, Detective? My answer remains the same, Judge Cabell. Will see my duty done, and I will not be intimidated. Even with how things stand, you still refuse to concede? This may very well be your last chance. Your badge hangs by a thread. Then let it fall if it must. I have something far more important to protect as an associate attorney. My client. Yeah! Hell yeah. Oh. There we go, that one. The goddess of justice is no doubt saddened by your refusal to accept yet another offer of mercy. Attaboy, Miles, that's what I like to see. Looks like the defense never rests is really starting to mean something to you. Credit to your old man, though. He's the one who said it first. My father? In fact, I could swear I saw Gregory's spirit in you for a second there. You said that you've changed since your days in Mon Karma's shadow. I didn't believe you at first, but I'm starting to. Thank you, Fender. Alright, kids. Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain. I can't hear you. Aye, aye, Captain. Oh. This is where the rubber really hits the road. Put your thinking caps on. It's make or break time. If it's true that Knight was off with a bladed weapon, does our whole case really fall apart? A bladed weapon, of course. There were 5 chisels in Canis's cell when we last looked. A former assassin certainly wouldn't struggle to commit murder with a tool like that. In which case, the weapon that killed Knight was... Have you quite finished? It would be in your best interest to Evidence is everything. It may well be my little catchphrase, but it's also true. So the murder weapon was a sharp blade. Then where is it? The guards didn't find it. Why can't you let this go? So what if they didn't find it? What are you driving at? What if I were to tell you that I now know what the real murder weapon was? It was right under our noses the whole time. Indeed. It was one of Mr. Canis's chisels. What? I would advise you to stop bombarding us with your irresponsible, half-baked theories, Mr. Edgeworth. You have repeatedly insisted that Mr. Knight was killed in his cell by a dog. I simply go where the evidence takes me, both in the courtroom and at the scene of the crime. If the murder weapon was in fact a chisel, then yes, the murder weapon could not have been the dog. But that begs the question of what exactly it was we saw in the security footage. Oh yeah, the security footage. How do you explain that, Mr. Smarty Pants? An excellent question. The footage shows... the dog jumping on somebody, I think. Mr. Candace's dog jumping up at Knight. The dog attacked Knight, but he didn't kill the man. He didn't? No. Knight was merely knocked out. The dog didn't drag a corpse through the tunnel, he dragged an alive but unconscious Knight. The real killer was the dog's master. Oh, I get it. By bringing Knight here, Mr. Cass could finish the job. And he could definitely use one of his chisels to do it. Correct. You, bodied armor Canis. I still don't know what that's supposed to bodied armor? Body yaddy yaddy. You're the only one who could have done it. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, you ever get this on your report card? Refuses to listen, must learn to respect others. Are you asking me or confessing to what's on yours? We already searched Mr. Canis' cell from top to bottom, right, Gavel? Yes, we even inspected his chisels, all 4 of them. All 4. There wasn't a single speck of blood. Why, thank you, Your Honor. You have just confirmed my theory. I have? What exactly do you mean? The last time we were here, there were 5 chisels, not 4. Oh yeah, I remember counting them. Definitely 5. And the one that's missing is... the small one. And the one we thought might be a pocket chisel. Mr. Canis, where did you hide that chisel? A pocket chisel? And what use might I have for such a thing, I'm rarely allowed to leave my cell. In which case, he shouldn't have had the chance to dispose of the weapon. Heh. You've dug your own grave, Mr. Canis. You seem to have an idea where this missing chisel might be, Mr. Edgeworth. Would you enlighten us? For a man who can't leave his cell of his own volition, Canis could only have hidden the chisel here. I was gonna say in the... if he can't leave it, wouldn't it just be his room? Mr. Candace is still a prisoner despite the comfort he enjoys. He's rarely allowed out of his cell. Could have given the chisel to his dog to leave somewhere, but that would have been far from ideal. He would have no way of guaranteeing where it might end up. Intriguing. Do go on, Mr. Edgeworth. Furthermore, this room is the one place where a bladed instrument wouldn't raise an eyebrow. 4 chisels, 5 chisels, who's counting? Well, hopefully everyone. In fact, you took full advantage of. Ah, the old keep the incriminating evidence close routine. Classic. But I looked. I searched the whole cell myself, and there's just nowhere you could have hidden it. I am certain that the murder weapon is here, and that the reason why no one has found it yet is because it was hidden in such an ingenious manner. Do enlighten us, Mr. Edgeworth. What was my ingenious plan? Think, Miles. There must be a hiding spot he could make use of. Think about when you came here previously. What are you missing? He's not showing us out permanently, right? Well, let's get out of here. Come on. Let's get out of here. The dog hasn't made a sound today. When we were here before, he barked and growled repeatedly. Canis even encouraged him to do so. That must be it. I knew something was off. Something ain't right. Oh, hell no. Why are you speaking like that? Sorry, I can hardly believe it, but I think I know where he hid the murder weapon. Up his butt? Giving up already? I expected more of you, Mr. Edgeworth. As well you should if you would give me a moment. But this piece of evidence shows where you hid the murder weapon. Well, we already kind of figured that out, didn't we? Pocket chest set? Never mind. Did he hit it in the black dog's butthole?
Take that!
Your dog, he seems unusually quiet today. Oh yeah, like last time when... Mr. Canis, if you would please be so kind to open Helmut's mouth. Oh, come now. He has embarked because he is a well-behaved boy. I had to order him to last time. Then order him again, this instant. It's not like we're asking for the world, Mr. Canis. Or do you have something to hide? If you insist. Come on, Helmut, open up. And there we have it. A chisel that small was easy enough for a dog of his size to... What? A chisel in the dog? Is there a chisel in the dog? I thought he'd been strangely quiet. I guess his brain is finally caught up. Eustace, why don't you be a good boy and call forensics? Tell them it's urgent. Okay, okay. Our findings are as follows. Traces of blood were detected on the chisel. What? Not such a half-baked theory after all, was it? Alright, so we're all on the same page here. This is our murder weapon, yeah? The forensic evidence cannot be ignored. We have no choice but to concede that this is most likely the case. Mr. Canis, in light of the discovery of the murder weapon, the court demands that you explain yourself. We found the route your dog took to the holding cells, and now we have the chisel. How do you propose to talk your way out of this one? You never fail to entertain, Mr. Edgeworth. Why does he always laugh like that, even when it's not funny? Poor Helmut, how could they suspect us, You leave me little choice. I shall simply have to share with you the truth. I did not kill anyone. I've grown tired of killing. Something's not right. Why is he so calm? Very well. The court will hear Mr. Canis's testimony. If you would be so kind. Gladly. Perhaps you might begin by explaining what you believe my motive to have been. I never knew this knight. I had no contact with him. No connection whatsoever. No, that's a damn lie. Given that this is the case, why would I possibly wish him dead? Could it be you are suggesting that it was my canine companion that had the motive instead? Helmut only bares his fangs when I tell him to. Oh, does it... B055? Is that boss?
I'm not so bloodthirsty that I would kill a man I did not know.
I mean, when he puts it that way...
Assassin who only kills his acquaintances. Not the soundest business model, I agree. My work required me to deal with strangers, of course, but murder for its own sake, that's not my style. So I need to prove a link between Knight and Canis. Should go over the evidence again and see what I can discover. No, this is easy. I don't need to even think for a second. He claims that he has no connection with Knight. No contact with him. No connection whatsoever. I find that hard to believe. Because in Knight's holding cell, we found a chess diagram. And that chess diagram corresponds with the chess board in his room. They were playing chess through the how would you say it? Over, you know what I mean. They were playing chess through like exchanging of letters, which is a really slow way of playing chess. Really unfortunate. You're getting sloppy, Mr. Canis. You may have trained your dog to clean up your mess, but some things still require a human touch. We found this in the victim's room. It's the record of a game of correspondence chess. Correspondence. Sure, I was thinking of a different word. But I guess that works. What's more, the game depicted matches the game laid out on your board. What? The number of possible games has been calculated to be 10 to the power of 120, and that's on the low end. Wait, so that's 10 times 10, 120 times over, right? 100, 1,000. I give up. I mean, what do you even call a number that big? A vanishingly unlikely coincidence, that's what. Now tell us why you killed Knight. Unless, that is, you would prefer to explain the coincidence. Well, they do say that truth is stranger than fiction. It is, as you say, a coincidence. But that's totally impossible. You just proved that. A coincidence of a different kind, child. I never imagined my correspondence was the victim you see. And yet here we are. Helmut is as surprised as I am, aren't you, Helmut? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I suppose there's nothing for it but to finally tell the truth, boy? The other prisoners had all gone to the yard, you see. There was a show of some sort, I believe. Here I was, minding my own business, when in comes Helmut, dragging a corpse of all things. I had quite the shock, not least because the murder weapon was still in the poor fellow's neck. Of course, I was none too keen on becoming a suspect, so I had Helmut take the body to the workshop. Once there, he removed the murder weapon and brought it back to me, just as I had asked. I see, so that's why his neck, or that's why his dog was, like, chomping the neck. The dog pulled the murder weapon in the workshop? Indeed he did. Removing it here would have made an awful mess after all. You know something. You know something? That makes total sense. Remember what Mr. Solid said, Mr. Edgeworth? that huge black dog had sunk its terrible teeth into the victim's throat. What did you just say? It was hellish, utterly hellish. That beast, that awful beast, he killed him. I see. So what Mr. Solid actually saw was Helmet removing the murder weapon then. Precisely. I can't say I wasn't a little disappointed that he was spotted, of course. Silly boy. It's not like you to slip up like that, is it now? And there you have it. That is about all there is to tell. I did not kill the man. At most, I am responsible for the removal of the weapon. Now, will that be all? Poor Helmet is growing restless. Sorry, but if you could entertain us for just a little longer, Mr. Canis. Fender? No offense, Paleo, but I don't think you quite told us everything. I'm sure we'd all like to know why you thought you needed to pull the chisel out in the first place. He's right. Makes sense that he would move the body to avoid suspicion, but Canis had no reason at all to recover the murder weapon. So the mute one isn't as dumb as I thought. Please answer the question, Mr. Canis. It was because of the bell. The one attached to the chisel, and the one around Helmet's neck. Have a very distinctive design, if you will. Of course. They were something of a trademark of yours, were they not? I don't get it. How does that even work? The bodied Armaconis, the blind butcher. His appearance was always announced by the sound of bells. The last sound his victims would ever hear. Bring, bring. You flatter me. Though it's been some years since you last saw one of them, you remember them well. Your knife and its attached bell were one of the pieces of evidence seized in our case against you. Yes, it was but one of my bells. One of only two in existence. Just two? Two and only two. One for my knife and one for my beloved helmet. Exquisitely crafted. Uniquely unique. Sorry, I'm like looking at where we are in the case right now. Doody doody doody. Doody doody doo. Do 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 do. We still have another part. Golly. Gee willikers. Another long case. Not as long as 1-5, but I feel like these are longer than the regular Ace Attorney cases. Two and only two. One for my knife and one for my beloved helmet. Exquisitely crafted, utterly unique. My ears are my guide after all. I must be able to use my tools precisely. Of course, as you said, the knife has long since been taken from me. Sir Canis' bell, data jotted down in my organizer. When Helmet brought the body to my cell, I was rather surprised to hear a familiar sound. At first, I was sure that my knife had been used to do the deed. But no. A chisel. An ordinary chisel. It's certainly no assassin's blade. Nonetheless, the bell would have suggested my involvement. Compounding the matter is the fact that I am the only person in this prison permitted to use such tools. It was clear that I would become the prime suspect. Excuse me. There it is. Just trying to get that sucker out. Ooh. And so, the chisel had to be removed and hidden. You still claim that all you did was have the dog move the body? That you had nothing to do with the killing? How could I? I told you, the chisel is not mine. The chisel is not my son. You need not take my word, Mr. Edgeworth. Why not have it checked for fingerprints? Eustace. Huh? Me? But I don't know how to check for prints. Get forensics. Oh, right. Sure thing. We got them. Fingerprints. They're Mr. Knight's. And Mr. Canis's? Nope. Just Mr. Knight's. Oh, and forensics said there's no sign of any prints having been wiped off. Only Knight's fingerprints? This isn't good. Should I get them to check again? Now do you see? I've never so much as touched that chisel. Helmut carried it in his mouth, that is all. Therefore, any prints must belong to whoever had it last. So the murder weapon belonged to the victim? Ooh, that's not helpful. As I said, I have not touched the chisel. Therefore, I cannot be the killer. Or do you wish to suggest otherwise? Got nothing to counter with. But what could this mean? Is he not the killer after all? Is he actually telling the truth? No, he can't be. I feel like it was too premature that they believed it, but it felt like they were getting to the end. I mean, my money is still on the warden, the prison warden. I'm sure this goes without saying, Mr. Edgeworth. But if you do not find a solution to your current predicament, and quickly, I will have little choice but to relieve you of your badge. Even my patience has a limit, and I will not tolerate you throwing this investigation into chaos. Am I clear? You've done it now, sir. She's serious. I hate to admit it, but the fingerprints turn everything on its head. Without more evidence, I'm back to square one. Wait, something doesn't add up. A few things, actually. What would Mr. Knight have needed the chisel for? You can do a lot with a chisel, child. Break out of a prison, for one. Alright, then how did he get in here? There's no way the guards would let him bring a super sharp tool in with them. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Hey, Earth to Mr. Edgeworth. Can't stand there hemming and hawing just because of a little setback. The important thing is finding the truth, you know? It doesn't matter how we get there, as long as we save Simeon in the end. Can't give up now, or ever. Yeah, what she said. I'll second that. You won me around with that, Kay. I'm half tempted to offer you a job for real. It's like I said, the defense never rests. Or rather, like your pop said. What do you think lies at the heart of those words, Miles? Any guesses? The heart of those words? It's like this. As defense attorneys, our client's fate rests on our shoulders. We're the only ones they can turn to. Simeon's our client, and we're the only ones who can save him. So we can't rest, not while he's counting on us. I'm not about to turn my back on your old man's legacy. Are you? I'm an associate with the defense now. No, I'm an associate with my father's firm. That's the role I have chosen. That means that if I fail to save my client, I've failed in my duties. I will honor my father's vision and save Simeon Saint. No matter what setbacks I face, I cannot admit defeat. If one path is blocked, I must simply find another. There we go. That's the Miles Edgeworth I know. Let's find... That's the Twinkie bottom Miles Edgeworth I know. Hey. Now let's find that new path forward. We can start by trying to figure out how Mr. Knight brought that chisel into the prison. Right. How would Knight have managed to bring a chisel in here? The pocket chess set. Usually it wouldn't be possible to bring a metal object into this facility undetected. Because of the security gates, right? Correct. But we already know that checks at one of the gates. The checks at one of the gates haven't been entirely thorough of late. Namely the gate at the entrance to the detention center. And that gate is only used to scan people. Any items they bring into the facility are only subjected to a cursory check. Are you telling me that the chess set wasn't put through the metal detector? It should have been. Alas, it seems the guards have grown a little lax in that regard as of late. Knight took advantage of this little oversight and had Mr. Saint bring him the chisel. Hidden inside his pocket chess set. That does answer one of our questions. It suggests that the chisel was indeed Mr. Knight's and not Mr. Canis's. However, we still have one rather pressing problem to address. One of the security footage in which Knight is attacked by a dog. How does one explain it if Mr. Canis was not the culprit? But then how do you explain his prints not being on the murder weapon? This one's a real 3 piper. The court, too, finds itself wanting for a satisfactory explanation. Wait, sir. I think it might be time to show you another one of my secret weapons. Introducing secret weapon number 4, Lil V. What sort of name is that, detective? I came up with it myself, sir. You know, like rappers? Anyway, you can use it to analyze the video footage. An excellent idea. Perhaps then you might finally see that I am telling the truth. Who knows if there's anything to be found, but it has to be worth a try. Alright, want me to walk you through how to use it, sir? Seeing as I'm not exactly familiar with video analysis techniques, perhaps I should hear him out. Hold on, I chipped my nail. I'm gonna grab my, Actually, I'm gonna grab some more water, and I'm also gonna grab my nail file. Keep picking at it. So I'm like, you know what? Let me not pick at it, because if I pick at it, then it's gonna like spiral into like a bigger thing. And then I'm gonna like hurt my nail or something, or hurt my finger in the process. All right, be right back again. All right. Interesting case so far, huh? I gotta say, this is the premise is very like very interesting. I feel like they're gonna string all these cases along in one way or another, right? I feel like there's gonna be like a chain of murders probably, because I feel like this whole like plot with Carcerado, the guy who like escaped, I feel like what's gonna happen is he's gonna like end up getting I feel like he's gonna get murked, if I'm honest. I think he's gonna get murked by like the next culprit, and so on and so forth. It feels like there's a I don't know. There seems like some conspiracy going on. You know, in the first game, it was all related to like an art smuggling ring, right? I don't know what this one is going to be. If you could run me through its functions, Detective, that would be most appreciated.
Yes, sir. So basically, you just gotta do what you always do. Examine anything that catches your eye.
And I can examine things with X, I see.
Next up, see those controls at the bottom of the screen? The panels on the left and right allow you to rewind or fast forward. And you can use the middle one to pause. Get used to those and you're golden, sir. Just like the K-pop Demon Hunters. I love that movie.
It seems I can also press R to fast forward or L to rewind the footage. And I can press A to pause.
When the video is paused, you can go to the previous frame with L or the next frame with R. Or just use the same control panels I showed you earlier. Lastly, I better explain how to zoom in. Just line up the old cursor with the area you want to take a closer look at, and use the panel on the bottom right. Little V will do the rest. It's got those two expanding arrows next to it. Can't miss it, sir.
It appears I can zoom in by pressing Y, too.
By the way, even when you're zoomed in, you can still examine stuff, just like in a regular view.
I like all these instructions to basically like do one thing that will probably take me like 2 minutes.
Also, I'm up here now. Also, you can make use of previous and next frame to get a good look at what's really happening. Only thing you can do when you're zoomed in is play the footage, so there's that.
I see.
And how do I zoom out again? Just use the up here. Just use the panel in the lower right again, sir. See how it's gone from expanding to collapsing arrows on there? That's because you zoomed in. And that about sums it up. Now let's fire a little V up for real. Remember, just examine anything that catches your eye and you'll do fine. Is it Lil V because it's a VCR? The footage from Knight's holding cell. Other than the victim being attacked by that dog, I can't see what else it might show us. But suppose we're wrong. What could we be looking for? Ooh. How that stroke taste. How could we be looking at it? What could we be looking at instead? Sorry. Could the person in the footage be someone other than Knight? And if so, could whatever's attacking them be something else too? We should keep both questions in mind while reviewing the footage. You never know what you're gonna see once you start looking at things up close. Check every detail, sir. You'll find something, I'm sure. Alright. Watching this footage seems odd. Okay. I just want to, you know what? I just want to like... Let's just take it frame by frame. So, at this point... Whoops. At this point, he steps onto the scene. You can see him in the mirror. I think that's definitely going to be important. I think it's also important to remember somebody's cop outfit is missing, right? Okay, so at this point he's just standing. And then he sees something. He sees it coming, I think. That figure is way too small to be the dog, right? Because the dog is pretty massive. Oh. Okay, so you get a much better picture. Yeah, that looks like the polar bear. That looks like Carcerado's polar bear. Was it painted black or something?
Back up. It's like the best view that we have of like the person. I just know that it's gonna be, there's definitely gonna be something with the mirror. He's really struggling with that thing. Okay. Okay. I think we want to get a good look at this, right? Wait, that's... I suspect we may have made a critical error of judgment. What we're looking at here is no dog. This animal is a bear. Just like Gumshoe. Me? That's not a dog, it's a bear. What? The paw prints from the photo I took were not canine, but Ursa. I was kind of like, when we saw the paw prints, I was like, those don't look like dog prints. A bear? So could that mean... Yes, I think it could. After all, who else do we know with such a pet? If we were mistaken about the creature in the footage, it's not inconceivable that we were mistaken about the person in that footage, too. Maybe there's something in there that could prove it, sir. Something that shows it wasn't night? You're right. We can't see the person's face, which means a different identification is out of the question, but perhaps there's something that can tell us who they are indirectly. Indirectly, like the mirror? Yes, it's certainly worth a look. Okay, so he faces around. Yup. Zoom in. He did have like a weird protruding thing. Is that the bear? The figure is reflected in the mirror here too. Is that a hat? Say, doesn't that look like the hats the guards wear? Oh, say, doesn't that look like the hats the guards wear, sir? Ah, jeez. Is that what I think it is? Have there been any reports of one of the animals attacking a guard recently? Not that I've heard of. So this may not be a guard at all, but someone dressed as one. Perhaps this might shed a little light on the matter of the hat. The missing guard uniform. So no guards have reported being attacked by an animal as far as we know, but we did hear about a guard's spare uniform being stolen. Could the person in the security footage perhaps be someone disguised as a guard? Someone attempting to escape without being noticed? A guard disguise? I guess it might work. Wait, weren't we just talking about someone? We were indeed. Someone who seems to have successfully made his escape. We'd assumed that it was night in the security footage. Well, it was his cell. It's hardly a crazy theory. Perhaps, but now that we know about the hole under the bed, it's no longer the only possibility. Whoever had access to the tunnel could very well be the one caught on camera. And who was that, Mr. Edgeworth? Would you care to tell the court who you believe this person to be? The person in the security footage is... Oh, is it Fifi? Or is it Rocco? It's Fifi. Well, anybody could be wearing the guard uniform, right? Is it Bronco wearing the guard uniform? Bronco. I believe I know who our god in disguise is. It is none other than Rocco Carcerato, the prisoner who recently escaped this facility. I'm confident it's him because he was assigned a polar bear cub as his companion. But the bear in that video is all black. Indeed, and we have evidence that explains why. Oh, the dirt massage. The mud bath. But also the rubber glove. Recall, if you will, Mr. Frank Sawit's testimony. That's the rubber glove I dropped. Would you care to explain why it's so dirty? Oh, of course. That's mud from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. I was giving one of the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened. I see. Around what time would this have been? Let's see. The show had already started, so around 9 a.m. perhaps. The thing is, the more mud I applied, the more in the zone I got, and the darker the animal's fur became. There's no trance quite like the trance one enters when one slathers an animal with thick black mud. While the circus performance was underway, he was giving one of the animals a mud pack treatment. And that animal could have been, indeed, our polar bear. Mr. Edgeworth, your latest assertion simply introduces yet another contradiction. The footage from the security camera. I fully understand, Your Honor, and your doubts are entirely justified. Mr. Sawit mentioned applying the mud pack while the circus performance was underway. And this does indeed introduce a new contradiction concerning the security footage. It does? Yes, let's put it this way. Would you expect the footage to have been recorded, Kay? If it was taken right after he applied the mud pack treatment, it should have been around 9 a.m. In which case, something isn't right about the footage. Really? And what's that? What new contradiction does the security footage introduce relative to when it was recorded? New contradiction. The new contradiction. I don't know, dude. What's up? Hey, it's Nebraska. I'm not sure. The contradiction of, like, in terms of timing? Well, I mean, the check was, 7 a.m., right? What's up, Nebraska? I don't know. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, where's the contradiction? I was just getting to that. The video was ostensibly recorded at around 9 a.m.
Lark, thank you for the raid. Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. I hope you had a good stream. What'd you play? Have to go to work now. Good luck at work. We're playing Ace Attorney, folks. Hello, hello. I'm Antonius Drosera. I'm a Space Mafia VTuber. Transient stealth FPS game. Gave up, made music for 6 hours? Hell yeah. No worries, Lark. Sleep well. We're solving a case about 6 hours. Yup. What's up, Cheery? We're solving a murder case that happened in a jail, which I don't think we're that close to being done. I thought we were, but now I'm not so sure. The video was ostensibly recorded at around 9 a.m., which means there's a glaring contradiction in what we're seeing here. What new contradiction does the security footage introduce relative to... Wait, it was recorded... It was recorded at 9? Huh? I'm confused. Whoops. Hold up. Something ain't right. The video was ostensibly recorded at around 9 a.m. When was that established? Okay, so was the timing wrong? I guess they just like I guess I just completely like ignored that point. I mean, yeah, I guess that's what they're implying. I guess I expected that the timing would have changed on the video, but I guess not. So what, it's 3 hours behind? 9 a.m. is when... Oh. Okay, so he was the polar bear was black because he had the mud bath, right? I mean, we kind of already established that though. I didn't know we were gonna need to re-establish that if that's what they're talking about. What the hell? I'm gonna just look it up, y'all. Oh, the timestamp. I'm stupid, dude. I'm stupid. It was not that deep. I'm always overthinking this shit. The thing that contradicts it is the timestamp itself. Obviously, that makes sense. I feel like I'm so used to like when we do this, it's like I have to reach deep into the corners of my mind, and then it ends up not being like that serious. Mr. Sawit said he administered the treatment at around 9 a.m., in which case the security footage should also show a time of around 9. However, the timestamp says 6:42 a.m. On the day of the murder, the prisoners all went out to the yard to watch the circus. All except three: Mr. Canis, who remained in his cell in maximum security, Mr. Sawet, who was administering a mud pack treatment in the workshop, and Rocco Carcerato, who had been awaiting the precise moment to put his escape plan into action. Are mud baths like actually like good for animals? I don't know anything about that. I guess I guess I have seen like people do like the mud face masks, right? So I guess it's like the same concept. It's just like covering an animal in mud. I guess it could be good for their skin, maybe. I don't know. I don't want mud anywhere near me. I believe he entrusted the bear to Mr. Sawet before entering the tunnel. Oh my god, look at him. He's so goofy looking. And the bear then slipped. You're living under his food stamps? I used to. I live, I go to, mostly to food banks now these days, because the food stamps are, very difficult to get now, it seems like. I used to be on them, and then there was a whole, like, kerfuffle with that. That was, like, an administrative issue. They're not very great about, like, letting you know that it's running out, and then they, make you... They called me, like, without, like, saying anything, and then, I didn't pick up, so they just, like, automatically, like, took me off of them, and I was like, oh, okay, I guess I don't have food stamps anymore, but, yeah, so now I mostly go to food banks. If I have the money, I could just buy groceries, but, food banks are great. I try to go if I need to, you know? The bear slipped out of Mr. Solid's grasp to run after its human. Why does he kind of look like... Why does he kind of looks like Ronald McDonald? Like a little French fries around his waist. Mr. Solid would have then left the workshop to pursue the bear, at which point he saw food banks arranged by private nonprofits or something. It depends. I know in Atlanta where I live, they have like a lot of the food banks are like operated under like an umbrella of like an organization, but they all kind of branch into their own organizations, which honestly makes it easier because you can get like a little card and you can, anywhere that you go to get food, to a food bank, you can just scan that card, which is really nice. They're very efficient. I've noticed it is kind of crazy how like very they're very great about them, but they are, yeah, I think they are like nonprofits for the most part. There's also like church-based nonprofits, but I don't want to I don't want to feel like I'm like tied to religion or anything, you know. I don't know. Most of the food banks are like no strings attached, you know. You can just like show up. Usually you get like an appointment, but they're pretty chill about it. Like if you don't have an appointment or whatever, they're like, all right, just come on in, you know. And everybody's very nice too. Everybody's very nice, very chill. I was very surprised the first time I came in because
I mean, I didn't really know what to expect, to be honest. But I've been going for a few months, and it's been nice. You know, obviously, I would prefer to be able to get my own food, but no strings attached. Like there's no how would you explain it? Like there's no expectation from them, like that you would do something. Like if I went to like uh a Christian based like food bank, I would feel like they might be like trying to get me to like show up to their services or something, which I don't think is probably the case, but like I do feel like I feel like it would be kind of awkward, you know, because I'm not like a very heavy Christian. Like I'm baptized, but it's not really something that I like is really a big part of my life, you know. Um but yeah, it's pretty good. I show up without any trail. Yeah, basically, like any, you know, like it's usually used with, funnily enough, it's used with like sex, right? Where like people will do like no strings attached, like we just hook up, you know. That's usually what I hear it used for. It's like I don't expect anything from you. I don't expect a relationship or anything out of this, right? Um, so that's kind of like what it is, I guess. I do this thing for you. I don't expect anything in return, I guess. It's the best way to put it. Mr. Salt would have then left the workshop to pursue the bear, at which point he saw Mr. Canis's dog retrieving the murder weapon from Knight's body. It all fits perfectly except for the security footage, which should have been recorded from around 9 a.m. However, the timestamp is 3 hours off. Maybe the timestamp, maybe the camera is from the Pacific Standard Time, and this is Eastern Standard Time. Ever thought about that? I don't know. Why would it be 3 hours behind? That's strange. I wonder if that's just, I'm sure they're gonna explain it, but why would the tamp stamp? Why would the timestamp be wrong? Detective, I would like you to have the security camera examined right away, please. You got it, sir. I'm back, sir. I just talked to the guards and... Seems like the time codes can slip on these cameras if they lose power. Yo, just like the Epstein shit. Wasn't that what they claimed? Didn't they claim there was like a 1 minute... There was a 1 minute reset every day where like they just like went blank? That's so Ace Attorney, by the way. Like the fact that they were just like, yeah, for 1 minute of the day the cameras just like stop working, and it just happened to be that minute that Jeffrey Epstein died of mysterious circumstances. That is so Ace Attorney, bro. You cannot convince him. We gotta get Miles Edgeworth and Phoenix Wright on the case, dude. What? They're pretty old, sir. Guess the clock stops when the power's off. Which would mean the power was off for approximately 3 hours at some point. And it's not all, sir. You remember how Knight denied stealing the keys? No one believed him, considering, well, you know, he seemed kind of like the only suspect.
Turns out that wasn't all he said. He also said he was knocked out cold just like the other guy. Which may not necessarily have been a lie. Darlings, there you all are. How goes the investigation? Is there anything else I can do to help things along? I fucking love that fox, dude. Actually, there might be something we can do for you, Warden Lagarde. The escapee, Mr. Carcerado, I believe he may still be on the premises. He's disguised as a guard. Here's the proof, should you need it. We're reasonably certain that the person captured on this tape is our man. And if I am correct, he might even be right here in this room with us now. Oh, shit. Hey, Mr. Carcerado would have been wearing a bracelet, right? Yes, a bracelet that could easily be hidden under the sleeves of his stolen uniform. Furthermore, the doors out of the prison proper don't have those sensors that detect the bracelets installed. So if he avoided doors with the sensors, he could simply wait for an opportunity to finally make his escape. I like the one officer that's just like facing directly in the camera. Welp, this happened. Well, yes, I suppose he could. He'd just have to avoid the workshops and the cells and... Oh my. He's one of you, isn't he? He's here right now. Look, it's Teddy. Uh-oh. Hey, paws off. Get your mitts off of me, you big palooka. Thank you, Teddy. Very kind of you to confirm our suspicions. Dang it, kid. If it wasn't for you, I'd... What a thing it is to be loved, huh, Mr. Carcerado? I'm almost envious. Guards, apprehend this man. A moment, if you will. I have some questions for our would-be escapee. If we were to learn the truth, I will need to speak with him, with your permission, of course. I can hardly say no now, can I? Well, come on then, hit me with your best shot. Mr. Carcerado's escape route led directly into Knight's cell, so it's highly possible he has something to offer. Tell me what you were doing on the day Mr. Knight's body was discovered. Around the time of discovery. So it was you guys, huh? You're the ones who found my secret getaway tunnel. You know how long it took me to dig that frickin' thing? I had me a guard's uniform, a hole dug, and a plan in place, so I went for it on the day you found the guy. But then this little guy just had to come right after me. The sack of fur was covered in mud, too. I had to go back to a cell. I would have gotten away with it, too, if somebody hadn't offered off Night and brought you bums down here. Boo-hoo. You claim to have dug that tunnel just now. How exactly did you do it? How? Used everything I could get my hands on. See, hammers, spoons, you name it. The fan translation, there was the line, you can't go around discovering people's holes. I'll let that speak for itself. Very true. Spent every dime I had on this cockamamie fixer. And what do I gotta show for it now, huh? Do not be disheartened, friend. Tomorrow is another day. There's an outside chance Mr. Carcerado and Knight met face to face just before Knight's death. I should see what other details I can extract from him. Okay, how long? I don't know. So the tunnel was all your own work? Every inch. You see anybody else in my cell when you was there, That's quite an effort, even for an athlete. Yeah, now that I think about it, that is an insane amount of digging for one guy. Yeah, well, you don't even know the half of it, kid. But it ain't like I had a choice. Trust nobody and don't get caught. Them's the rules a con's gotta live by. Huh. You know, the rules of being a great thief are pretty similar. Okay, I'd rather you didn't start sympathizing with the suspect. I was just joking, Mr. Edgeworth. It ain't no stinking joke to me, you punks owe me. I had me a guard's uniform, a hole dug, and a plan in place, so I went for it the day you found a guy. Hold it! The uniform, was that from the fixer too? Uh-huh, sure was. Heard he had something on one of the guards. Had the guy swipe it from a pal's locker. And were you wearing it when you were crawling through the tunnel? Nope. Would've got dirt on it. Had to hold on to it till I got to the holding cell. But once I was out of there and all dressed up, opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake. Here we go, I thinks. Freedom beckons, and then the furball here jumps up at me. Which would be the moment captured on camera. I see. I'd be grateful if you could add that to your testimony. Once I was out of the tunnel and all dressed up, opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake. Okay. But then this little guy just had to come right after me. Opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake, you say? Sure, anything seems easy after dragging yourself through a hole in the ground. And you were familiar with the layout of the detention center even though you live in the prison. Why wouldn't I be? It ain't like I never been there before. If he's familiar with the detention center, then he'd surely be aware that unlike the doors in the main prison, the holding cell doors are locked with actual keys. And I'm sure Mr. Carcerado would have needed that particular piece of evidence to make his escape. Okay. So... So what? Hold on, I'm gonna turn my fan off. Oof. I don't know. When was it that you realized you were being pursued? Right when I'd gotten out of the tunnel. Right when I thought I was home free. You didn't notice anything before that? When you were in the tunnel, perhaps? Nah, he wasn't around. I made sure of it. Knew the little guy would have been all over me like a rash if he had been. I was so close I could smell it. And then there he was, the little bum. Hey, don't you think you're being a little mean to your friend? Or Teddy? Me nothing. He rumbled me last time and now he's rumbled me again. Kids all over me. What am I supposed to do? Coming after me yesterday was bad enough. Once I was out of that tunnel and all dressed up, opening the cell should have been a piece of cake. But these are just the doors and the actual, like, the prison proper, right? He's familiar with the detention center, then he'd surely be aware that unlike the doors in the main prison, the holding cell doors are locked with actual keys. So, the keys? Okay, cool. You claim that leaving the holding cell would have been a piece of cake, as you put it. Yeah, you've got a problem with that? 'Cause we can make it a problem if you catch my drift. Even once you had reached Knight's cell, you still had another door to contend with. How exactly did you plan on opening it? Mr. Carcerado, I posit that leaving the cell would have been a piece of cake only because you had the key. Oh, okay. I don't got no stinking key. I didn't need one. It's a piece of cake because the door was open. I walked right out. Yes, I suppose Knight's cell was vacant by that point. There would have been no reason to lock it. It was indeed unlocked when I went to examine it for myself. So perhaps when you'd finally succeeded today, it truly was unlocked because it was after the murder. But you had attempted to escape previously. Yeah, the security footage shows when you tried and failed because Teddy caught you. Which was during the circus performance before the body was discovered. The holding cell was still locked at that time because no one knew that Knight had been killed yet. Therefore, you must have had the key to his cell on you. Without it, your escape would not have been possible. Are you saying... could he really have... I believe he could, yes. The theft of the keys was in fact perpetrated by none other than Mr. Carcerato. He's the one who attacked the guard. But not just the guard, Knight too, all to gain possession of the guard's keys. It wasn't me, you lousy bum. I didn't even know this Knight guy. After you stole the keys, you went back to your cell to avoid suspicion. And then you waited for the perfect moment to escape. A moment when the prison would be almost deserted. That's right, the moment of the show, just before the discovery of the body. Unluckily for you, that particular attempt was thwarted by your furry friend. Says who, huh? You got proof, genius? This ain't your win yet, nah. Knight knocked the guard out for the count and everybody knows it. Don't play games with me. Knight was as much a victim as the guard in this case. As a matter of fact, I have proof that Knight had been attacked in his cell. The wiped floorboard?
Take that!
We found traces of Knight's blood on the cleanly wiped floor of his cell. What could possibly explain such a thing other than him having been attacked? It was you who attacked him. You ambushed the both of them and stole the keys. Growl! Why, I oughta. What's with you, huh? That newspaper wiped that blood up good. Ain't no way you should have found it. Okay, but why did you think you had to wipe it up anyway? If they'd checked Knight in the guard's hands, they would have seen that those two never came to blows. But that blood'd give up the whole game. Ain't no way they don't figure there was a third man in the ring. Plus, once they started sniffing around on the floor, they'd found the tunnel in a heartbeat. So you wiped up the blood to buy yourself a little more time, so you could wait for a better opportunity. Sadly, the opportunity you sought wasn't good enough to get you clear of the prison, it seems. Now hand over the keys. Right in the kisser. Okay. KO'd by a lousy, stinking bum. And you want keys here? Hope you choke on them. Wait a moment. If Mr. Carcerato here had the keys... Indeed, Your Honor. Your theory relies on Knight having used the keys he allegedly stole to escape his cell. That was the only way he would have been able to enter Mr. Saint's cage and move to the workshop. Unfortunately for you, we now know that that theory cannot possibly be true. No. Guess this changes things up a bit, yeah? Now, the only person who could have moved Knight's body is the one person who knew about that tunnel. No. Mr. Carcerato, you're under arrest. Come quietly now, pal. It's off to the slammer again. Wait, you got the wrong guy. I didn't do nothing. Alright, fine. I knocked those two chumps out and I stole the keys. But after that, I went right back to my cell and waited for my moment. Next time I went to Knight's cell, there was nobody around, and I mean nobody. Plus, his body was found in the workshop. You think I just magicked my way in there or something? I couldn't even have gotten out of my cell. Indeed, you only had the key to Knight's cell. You couldn't have left your own cell back in the prison. But Mr. Canis's dog could. What? That's right, Wolf. It was not you, but Helmut, who moved the body from your cell to the workshop. I get it now. You're saying he wasn't the only con in this conspiracy. Indeed, one can easily imagine that Mr. Carcerado and Mr. Canis might have worked together. Mr. Carcerado could have killed Knight and dragged him back to his cell. And then Mr. Canis's dog took him from there to the workshop. There are no restrictions, I should say, on the animal's movements within the prison. Movement between the detention center and the prison proper, however, is tightly controlled. There was only one possible route, and only you could have taken advantage of it, Mr. Carcerado. How can you be so sure, huh? Maybe there's more of them and you just don't know. Something tells me that digging even a single tunnel was arduous enough. You got that right. You try scraping more than one hole in the dirt with a spoon. You try doing that, I mean. Emphasis matters. Lucky for me, I didn't have to dig the whole way. Somebody already did a bunch of the work for me. So you lied? Many such cases. Literally. What? You didn't dig the entire tunnel yourself? Nope, found it when they put me in that cell. Ran all the way from here to the well in the yard already. Even looked down the well to check it from there. It was the same tunnel, all right. Just made good on what somebody else already started. And what was the original tunnel for? Who knows? You're the one with all the answers, pal. Maybe somebody else tried to break out. Ooh, or maybe the animals dug it. Like, to get water from the well or something? I've heard of more plausible scenarios than that in B-grade movies. Gay. Well's dry, kid. Ain't no water to be had down there. Don't come to think of it. A smell. Yeah, it always smelled kind of nice down there. That smelly smell. Nice? Gee, I don't know. Smelled sort of like dessert, I guess. A sweet scent. That sounds very familiar. Where did we come across a sweet scent before? The cake. No? What? Oh. Oh wait, no, he did track the dog did track like after was it the dog first was the cake and then didn't it go to the holding cell?
Detective Gumshoe noticed a sweet smell when we were examining Knight's body. With the help of a police dog, we followed the scent of the body and traced its route back through the prison. And that, Mr. Carcerado, was how we found your tunnel. Could that same sweet scent be what you noticed coming from the well? Very clever, Mr. Edgeworth. You mean to suggest that this is evidence of the body having been moved through the tunnel? I do. Furthermore, Mr. Carcerado, you are the only person who could have done it. Nobody else had access. You have our thanks, Mr. Carcerado. Truly. Finally, the truth comes into view. Now unburden yourself. It is time. Confess your role in this tragic incident. What? You ain't pinning this on me. I'm glad to see that we are finally in agreement, Your Honor. Oh, if only we were, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Carcerado may have been an accomplice, but not of Mr. Canis. No, he was working with Mr. Knight. What do you mean? I do not believe that he moved Mr. Knight's body. Instead, I believe that he lent Mr. Knight the use of the keys he stole. You gotta be kidding me! Granted, it seems likely that he attacked Mr. Knight, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Mr. Knight was knocked unconscious as a result. And what if he wasn't? What if he and Mr. Carcerado had reached a certain agreement? What kind of agreement exactly? Mr. Knight was plotting an escape for which he required a means of leaving his cell. And here was that precise means, in the form of the keys Mr. Carcerado had just stolen from the guard. Mr. Carcerado himself would need to pass through Mr. Knight's cell in order to effect his own escape. Mr. Knight needed only to shout and alert the guards, and Mr. Carcerado's plans would be ruined. And so, the two struck a deal. Lady, the only striking I do is with my fist. My, still you deny it? So, we're agreeing that we still disagree? Mr. Knight had Mr. Carcerado unlock his cell, so that when Mr. Saint arrived, he could escape into the cage. Mr. Saint was then able to move him into the prison proper just as planned. Aha! And then he took Mr. Knight into the workshop and did the dirty deed. Were neither of you listening? The scent on Knight's body proves that it was taken through the tunnel. It was moved from his cell to the... Perhaps it would, if you would let me finish, Mr. Edgeworth. I am not denying that Mr. Knight's body was moved through the tunnel. Then what are you driving at? Is this a trick question? As you say, Mr. Edgeworth, the sweet scent shows the route the body took. However, it did not enter the tunnel from Mr. Knight's cell. Huh? Then how did it get down there? There is another possibility. One you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard. Could a body not have entered the tunnel from there? The well in the yard? Oh yeah, that thing. Mr. Saint did not take the cage to the workshop. He took it outside. There he killed Mr. Knight. And threw his body down the well. Mr. Canis's dog then dragged Mr. Knight's body here to his owner's cell from the bottom of the well. On that note, I would ask you to recall something. What was happening in the yard at the approximate time of the body's discovery? The circus show, right?
Regina and Simeon were performing for everyone. Wait, Simeon? Yeah. Indeed. And so you see how it must have also have been him who disposed of the body. Judge Cavell is a truly formidable opponent. She so effortlessly adjusted her theory to fit the facts. I propose that Mr. Knight was taken to the yard, not the workshop. And as we have established, Mr. Saint was off stage for 15 minutes. Ample time to throw the body down the well, I am sure you will agree. Your deduction is impressive, Your Honor. However, even supposing that Knight's body was indeed thrown down the well, you cannot conclusively say that it was during the show. It could have happened at a different time. My sympathies, Mr. Edgeworth, but it simply could not have. What? Mr. Carcerado was using the tunnel at around the time the show began. Mr. Carcerado, did you happen to trip over a corpse while you were down there? No, place was clean. Grr. If the body had been at the bottom of the well before the show began, Mr. Carcerado would have seen it. However, he saw no such thing. Which makes it somewhat difficult to support your theory. Furthermore, Mr. Knight's body was discovered in the workshop after the show. In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop at some point during the show. Tell me, who else could have done that but Mr. Saint? Oh. What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? The body did indeed enter the tunnel from the well. Things don't look good for Mr. Saint. Still, Your Honor, your theory is still just that, a theory. I posit that you lack the evidence to back it up. I concede that for the moment I do not. May I suggest that we investigate the yard again? Very well. May the goddess of justice go with you. Now then, to the yard. Perhaps we can finally put this case to rest. What's that sound? Yikes, is there fire? Did somebody else escape? Should we maybe skip town too? Darlings, please, there's nothing to be alarmed about. By which I mean, that's not an alarm, it's the dinner bell. Although I suppose it is rather alarming if you aren't used to it. Certainly scared the heck out of me. I'm so sorry, Sweet Pea. I hope you can forgive us. All right, you two, back to your post. Chop chop. And as for you, Rocco Carcerado, it's time you went back to your room. Grr. Fine, I get the picture. Come on, Teddy, we're out of here. Warden Lagarde, we'd like to take one more look around the yard now. Oh, darlings, don't you have homes of your own to go to? Visiting hours are over, I'm afraid. Tomorrow, No. It's oh my god. No. It's imperative that we investigate it right away. I think we've had quite enough excitement for one day, don't you? Murderers escaping. Yeah, she did it. She did that shit. She did that shit, bro. Murderers, escapees. So eventful. Sorry. It's time our guests went home to petty pies, isn't it? Yes, yes it is. Come on now, darlings, don't make me bore you with all that I am the warden, this is an order nonsense. I am a judge, this is an order. Warden Landguard is right. Her word is law here, and we must respect her wishes. Mr. Edgeworth, your investigation of the yard will have to wait until tomorrow. You may keep your badge for now. The matter of your standing can wait. I bid you all good day.
What are you waiting for, kittykins? Off you go. Fine. At least there is a tomorrow for me. Gives her ample time to rearrange the crime scene, though. Judge Cavell believes that the knight's body was dropped down the well, and then taken through Mr. Coserado's cell to the workshop. But is that truly the case? Do the facts really support her theory? She also seems to believe Mr. Saint had to be the one to move the body. But was he really the only one with the opportunity to do so? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Tomorrow's another day. We'll figure out a way to save Simeon. I know we will. Yes, we will. We'll prove that Mr. Saint is innocent, beyond a shadow of a doubt. To be continued. Oh. Alright, let's keep, we'll go a little. We're almost done. Here we are again. Let's hope we can find something this time that will finally reveal the truth behind it all. Although that might be easier said than done. There's nothing left to investigate. Judge Gavell's deduction yesterday. There is another possibility, one you seem to have overlooked. The well in that yard. Could a body not have entered the tunnel from there? In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop. At some point during the show. Tell me, who else could have done that but Mr. Saint? Had Knight's body really been thrown down the well? The answer to that question will surely show us the way forward. But before we begin, I should tidy up my organizer a little. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Let's see here. Huh? There's a cover on it. A dried up well slap bang in the middle of a prison? Figures it'd be locked. Well, luckily I'm a master lockpicker. Want me to do my stuff? I think not. We'll do this investigation by the book. Come on, don't be such a stick in the mud. Whoa! What is it, Kay? The lock's broken, from the looks of it. It's been broken for a long time. If that's the case, then anyone could have thrown Knight's body down the well. Judge Gavell's theory was that Mr. Saint carried out the murder here in the yard. Then, during the performance, he threw the body down the well. What are you thinking, Mazzarino? Plausible or no? Oh, why don't we see if Missile can help us out again? He'll be able to tell us if Mr. Knight's body was here and which way it went. Good idea. I'll call Detective Gumshoe. Detective, I'd need your assistance. Come to the prison yard and bring Missile with you.
You bet, sir. Don't hear somebody single mother to the rescue again, huh?
I'm fairly sure Missile belongs to the precinct. I'd also like you to bring one of our witnesses. Call the Berry Big Circus and ask Miss Regina Berry to come down here with you.
Yes, sir. I'll be there before you know it.
So, what shall we do while we're waiting for Gummy? How about a quick game of hide and go seek?
Fun idea, kiddo, but where exactly should we hide? Would we hide? He's not seriously considering it. Your game can wait, Kay. We need to call on one of your more practical skills. I think you know the one.
Oh, you bet I do. One crime scene recreation coming right up.
Say what now?
Let me show you. Introducing a great thief's great secret weapon. Little Thief.
Whoa, screens appearing from thin air? This is some next level tech, little sis.
Want to talk me through the deets? What are you doing now? I'm inputting everything we need for the simulation. Allow me to explain. This is Mr. Thief. It's a device that can recreate crime scenes at specific moments in time based on the data you feed it. How about I start us off with a recreation of what the yard looked like yesterday? Good idea. That was when they were in the middle of tearing down the stage. We didn't pay much attention to the well then. Who knows? We may have overlooked something. Leave it to me. I'll use the photo I took. Beepity beep boop beep. That's all the data. Just gotta pump the projection power to the max and... Dark skies of evening when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. She's activating her Chuny powers, bro. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Yipes! What is this? It's a recreation of how things were yesterday, modeled on the data I gave Little Thief. This gadget was a tool used by the original Yanagarasu, but they used it to plan robberies. Well, there's no harm in using it for something on the right side of the law now. Oh, but keep in mind that it can only recreate what you tell it to. It can't simulate things it doesn't have data for, and if the data itself contains mistakes, then you'll wind up with those same mistakes in the recreation too. But this particular recreation is based on case photos, so we shouldn't run into any problems. That's enough preamble. Shall we get started? Don't forget, you can examine stuff in the recreation just like in real life. Whoops. You can also present evidence to try to clear up any inconsistencies you find. Of course. Thank you for the reminder. Now let's take a good look at that well. What was that name of our trunk-happy friend again? Azia the Asian elephant. Of course. How could I forget? Not exactly inspired, though, is it? Was Mr. Barry having an off day when she came up with it? Oh my gosh, Mr. Edgeworth. Not in front of the poor elephant herself. It's not even real. A wicker basket, or rather a cart given the wheels. I already read through a lot of this. Should examine this area carefully. It may just hold a clue we need. It's a metal weight of some kind. It looks like it weighs. The projection makes it a little tricky to read. Do you remember how heavy it was, Kay? Sure, it was 30 pounds. It literally says 30. It says 30 LB on it, bro. Edgeworth is so stupid, bro. Edgeworth, you dummy, dude. I wonder why it says 30 LB. Could that be how old you need to be to use it? What does LB stand for? Load bearing? Hey Siri. What does LB stand for? Don't ignore me. Siri. What does LB stand for?
choice in weight. Do you want to hear the next one?
Libra. Libra. Wait, isn't Libra a scale? Yo. It is. That makes so much sense. Okay, look at me learning shit. Libra. Or like Libra.
What does anyone need such a heavy weight for anyway?
It seemed related to the circus show at any rate.
The well was behind the stage, which means
There aren't many people who could have thrown Knight's body down it during the show. This is looking worse and worse for Mr. Saint. What are a bunch of pulleys doing here? They don't seem to be well pulleys for lifting buckets. There's a sturdy-looking hemp rope lying on the ground.
kind of reminds me of the ropes we used for playing tug-of-war in school.
The answer is no, Kay.
What? I didn't even say anything yet.
I see it also has a metal stake attached to one end.
Oh yeah, it's like something you'd use to put up a tent.
There is no tent, was there? In which case, what was it used for?
So what do you think about all the stuff around the well was used for? I can't see any of the animals needing them for their part of their performance.
Indeed, nothing immediately strikes me as a likely purpose. I'll have to ask Miss Barry later. I suspect that's about all there is to find out for now. Detective Gumshoe should be here soon, too. Kay, you can power down the Mr. Thief now.
Sure thing. Prepare to return to normality. Sorry, sir, I came as quick as I could. Huh, speak of the devil.
Ah, Detective, that was indeed impressively quickly.
You know me, sir. Never did like to keep you waiting. Thanks for coming all this way, too, Regina. No problem. This seems way more fun than rehearsals, so you ditched them for the day.
It's very much appreciated. Alright, Detective, let's get started with Missile.
Yes, sir. Hey, Missile! Over here, boy.
Huh? What's the matter? Come on, boy, come on! What's wrong with him?
Looks like he's scared or something, sir.
Alligator!
Guess he's not a fan, sir.
Well, I doubt he'll be much help to us like this. Any other bright ideas, Miles Areno? Yes, actually. Miss Barry, would you mind lending us a hand?
Ooh, I'd love to. Just tell me what you need. Want me to teach Allie some tricks?
I don't doubt she could do it, but nothing quite like that. I'd simply like an account of what the yard looked like during the show.
I like where this is going. You're thinking of using Little Thief again, am I right?
If you'd be so kind.
Okay, I plugged in all the data. Firing up the simulation. Here you go. This is what the yard was like during the show.
The time at which the body was purported to have been thrown down the well.
Ooh, wow. This is so amazing. It's like magic. No magic here, just sweet, sweet data. Which is why... the area behind the stage is missing. Yeah, Regina said she wasn't involved in getting the stage set up. So we don't have any data on what it looked like back there. No data, no simulation, huh? Brutal. I'm so sorry, guys. It's all because he lets me do everything by himself. Oh, no, no. It's all my frilly associate's fault. Objection, Fender. Anyway, we've got a fresh simulation now, but we still have the other data, too. You can switch back whenever you want to the recreation of them taking down the stage. So we can examine the scene from both during and after the show, and switch between the two at will. You can switch between recreations by using X to talk with K. Well, let's continue our investigation, shall we? Okay. I think I'm gonna call it there, because it's been 7 hours. Thanks everybody so much for hanging out. You're the best. Love you so much. Have a beautiful, wonderful time. We will be back. We'll be back tomorrow / today. What are we doing? Either Sandland or God of War. Whatever it is on the schedule is what we'll do. It's cognitive offloading, baby. Alright, love you guys so much. I'll see you then, as always. Ciao. Bum 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 bum.